Chapter 659. Although Kakashi tried his best to avoid Uchiha's Black Iron Staff, but the speed of the Black Iron Staff was too fast because of Shinra Tensei's control, so Kakashi decided to defeat Uchiha Obito at the cost of his own life. He tried his best to prevent the Black Iron Staff from hitting his vital points and his arms, to ensure that his attack can hit Uchiha Obito. Seeing that Kakashi was willing to get injured, Uchiha Obito directly stopped shooting Kakashi with his Black Iron Staff. Instead, he directly condensed two Black Iron Staff with the same length as a normal sword in his hands, and used his Manjikyu Sharingan and Rinnegan to stare at Kakashi's movements, ready to attack Kakashi at any time. But while Obito was paying attention to Kakashi's hand that was holding Raikiri, Kakashi's other hand slowly reached into the ninja bag behind him. As he got closer and closer to Uchiha Obito, Kakashi's hand that was stretched out behind him began to quickly condense chakra. Raiton Ultimate, Double Thunder Shock. Although from the beginning, Kakashi had been maintaining Raikiri in one hand, but in fact Hitaki Kakashi was very clear in his heart that Uchiha Obito, who has one Manjikyu Sharingan and one Rinnegan, must have surpassed him in all aspects. So if he wants his attack to be effective, then he must use something to distract Obito's attention. When Hitaki Kakashi had just created Raiton Chidori, the predecessor of Raiton Chidori, Uchiha Obito was still his teammate. Uchiha Obito was very well aware of the power of Chidori and the advanced ninjutsu, as well as Kakashi's reliance and confidence in these two ninjutsu. When he saw Kakashi cast such a ninjutsu, Uchiha Obito couldn't help but think that Hitaki Kakashi wanted to rely on such a ninjutsu to fight with him at this moment. This is a kind of habitual thinking of people, and Hitaki Kakashi has always used his left hand to cast Raikiri. So when he saw Hitaki Kakashi use his left hand to cast Raikiri, naturally he couldn't help but ignore Hitaki Kakashi's right hand. In fact, Kakashi had already begun to practice casting Raikiri with both hands at the same time in private, but compared to those dazzling ninjas who stood at the forefront of a shinobi world, Hitaki Kakashi can get relatively less attention. So such a killer move was actually forced to stay hidden until now. Go Dash! After directly injecting the condensed Raikiri in his right hand into the kunai shining with blue and white light directly shot towards Uchiha Obito's heart. Obito also reacted very quickly. After estimating the power of this kunai wrapped in thunder and lightning, Obito made a prompt decision and directly used the two black iron rods he just condensed to resist this kunai. There was no crisp sound of metal collision or roar of ninjutsu collision. The collision between the kunai and the iron rods was as silent as a drop of water blending into the ocean. Kakashi's chakra capacity is actually very ordinary, but at this moment, the amount of Raiton chakra condensed by this kunai is extremely terrifying. The collision between the kunai and the iron rods actually cut the iron rods made by using Geto's power. But Kakashi will not stop his attack because of the success of his own attack. Instead, he uses Raiton chakra to stimulate his body, almost overdrawing his body's ability directly to the extreme. Raising the Raikiri in his left hand. Obviously, Kakashi hoped that the Raikiri in his hand will be the one that really determines the outcome of the battle. Open for me? Seeing Kakashi getting closer and closer to himself, Obito knew that he can no longer entangle with this kunai full of chakra. He directly stimulated the chakra in his body, and even directly transferred some chakra from Jubi's body to enhance his physical fitness. Obito's muscles began to bulge under the effect of Jubi's chakra full of vitality. Relying on his own greatly enhanced physical fitness, Uchiha directly separated the two iron rods in his hands that were resisting the Raikiri kunai. The black iron rods, which were originally the length of an ordinary sword, were directly separated from the Raikiri kunai by Obito's violent use, and the Raikiri kunai was also directly bounced away. But when Obito finished all this, Kakashi was already close to Obito, and the Raikiri in Kakashi's hand was about to hit Uchiha Obito's body. Waving the sharp black iron rods, Obito directly swung the two iron rods towards Kakashi's left hand that was stretched out in front of him. As long as his attack was successful, then Kakashi's left hand will definitely die here. But just when the black iron rods in his hand were about to hit Kakashi, Uchiha Obito's hand subtly paused. When Kakashi saw that Uchiha Obito wanted to attack him with the iron rods, he was already prepared to dodge. Obito's sudden pause did not stop Kakashi's movement. After all, Kakashi's movement had a certain inertia. In the process of dodging, Kakashi's hand that was holding the Raikiri accidentally cut through the wooden umbilical cord that connected Obito and the Jubi together. Obito naturally didn't stop because he couldn't do anything to Kakashi. The reason why he stopped was because he sensed a familiar chakra coming from the distant sky. It was a chakra that made Obito feel both fear and familiarity. Uchiha Madara is coming, but to Obito's surprise, Kakashi actually broke the link between himself and the Jubi. It's already a very difficult thing for Obito to control the second form of the Jubi with his own strength. When one of the links was cut, the control that was barely maintained was directly affected. Double danger fell on Uchiha Obito's head at the same time. Chapter 660. Controlling the Susanoo. Uchiha Madara directly came to the place where the Jubi was wreaking havoc. Uchiha Madara himself left the battlefield a little earlier than Nangong's group, and Uchiha Madara controlled the Susanoo to fly quickly to the place where the Jubi and Uchiha Obito were. Seeing that the Jubi was wreaking havoc on the battlefield because of the loss of Uchiha Obito's control, Uchiha Madara's mouth showed a bit of smile. Sure enough, this is the power I've been pursuing. On the battlefield, the incomplete Jubi directly suppressed the entire Shinobi World Allied forces and the Blood Cloak Pavilion's forces. Every minute and every second, the disciples of the Blood Cloak Pavilion and the Shinobi World Allied forces suffered a large number of casualties. This is power, and this almost invincible power is about to fall into his hands. As long as he can seal the Jubi, who has almost unlimited chakra in his body, and then directly take back his pair of Rinnegan, he will become the god who dominates the world like the most powerful ninja in the history of the Shinobi world, the Sage of Six Paths. Controlling the Susanoo, Uchiha Madara constantly approached the raging Jubi. Waving the chakra in his hand, he directly smashed all the wooden thorns in front of him, and Uchiha Madara controlled the Susanoo to slowly dissipate. With the help of the huge inertia generated by the Susanoo's flight, Uchiha Madara directly fell on the back of the Jubi, not far from Uchiha Obito. Almost instantly, Uchiha Madara directly appeared beside Uchiha Obito. Because using the lightning chakra just now seriously overdrew his body, Kakashi directly collapsed beside Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Madara casually glanced at Kakashi, but didn't say anything at all. Although Hatake Kakashi has a Manjikyu Sharingan that can complete Uchiha Obito's Manjikyu Sharingan, but Uchiha Madara didn't care at all. In fact, Madara actually hoped that Uchiha Obito's strength was controlled here. With a pair of his own Manjikyu Sharingan, the Uchiha clan is a very terrifying existence. In order to reduce the trouble after, Uchiha Madara directly kicked Kakashi's body and directly kicked him down from the back of the Jubi. Uchiha Madara didn't care whether Kakashi died or not. After all, for his big plan, Kakashi was just a small role that didn't even play a role in his plan. You're really in a sorry state. Obito. Madara looked at Obito, who was suffering from the Jubi's chakra backlash because of the lack of a link connecting him to the Jubi's chakra, and said without any emotion. After hearing Uchiha Madara's words, Obito also tried his best to control his body and said to Uchiha Madara very respectfully, "I'm sorry, Madara-sama. I'll let you down. To think that I would end up like this because of such a small character." Lowering his head, no one could see the regret and unwillingness on Uchiha Obito's face at this moment. However, Uchiha Obito's trembling shoulders didn't stop, which proved that Uchiha Obito was unwilling and afraid of the current situation. After all, the person who held his life in his hands, who he always wanted to resist, appeared in front of him. Ignoring Obito's fearful posture, Uchiha Madara directly squatted his body and slowly pressed his hand on the Jubi's body. Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan also sent out waves of fluctuations at this moment. It was obvious that Uchiha Madara was using his Rinnegan to communicate with the Jubi at this moment. After a while, a wooden tie similar to the one connected to a Bido appeared on the back of the Jubi, urging the Senju Takuma's Mokutan cells in his body. Uchiha Madara's body also extended a wooden tie, which directly connected to the Jubi, just like Uchiha Bido. With the participation of Uchiha Madara, the backlash from the Jubi that originally acted on Uchiha Bido was also weakened a lot. Reluctantly controlling his body to stand up, Abido once again reconnected the broken link between him and the Kyuubi's body. Continue. Since collecting a lot of chakra can restore the Jubi, then continue to collect chakra. With a somewhat commanding tone, Uchiha Madara directly ordered Uchiha Abido. Before Uchiha Madara returned to the ninja world, with the help of Uchiha Madara's name and the space ability of his Sharingan, Uchiha Abido had always been in the position of giving orders to others, but now he directly became the one who was ordered. Such a gap was very difficult for Abido to accept in his heart. But as a person who was trained by Uchiha Madara, no one knows how terrifying Uchiha Madara is more than Uchiha Abido. When facing Uchiha Madara, you can use tricks, but you must never think about fighting him head-on, because the powerful strength of Uchiha Madara is enough to make anyone afraid. When he only had a pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, Uchiha Madara and Senju Takuma, who was known as the god of Shinobi World, were directly defeated. After getting Senju Takuma's cells, his eternal Manjikyu Sharingan directly evolved into Rinnegan. Uchiha Madara's power has been accumulated to a level that ordinary people can't reach. Now that he has a Rinnegan in his eyes, Uchiha Abido really can't guarantee that Uchiha Madara won't continue his previous plan and directly control him to use the Geto Rinnegan to completely resurrect himself, and then directly seal the Jubi in his body. Once he uses the Geto Rinnegan to resurrect Uchiha Madara, whose level of life is almost beyond ordinary people, his life will inevitably face exhaustion. Such a situation is completely not what Uchiha Abido wants to face. But at this moment, Uchiha Madara has appeared in front of him. Uchiha Abido can only temporarily endure, looking for an opportunity to fight against Uchiha Madara and then save his life. Chapter 661. However, what Abido worried about won't happen in a short time. After all, the current Jubi is still in an incomplete state. In order to restore the Jubi to its complete state as soon as possible, Uchiha Madara still needs someone to cooperate with him to control the Jubi. For Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Abido is indispensable at this moment. Trying to focus his mind on controlling the Jubi finally became quiet under the control of Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Abido. After adding Uchiha Madara, who has a deep understanding of Mokutan, it's obvious that the Jubi has become more flexible when using Mokutan. Cutting technique and the absorption speed of chakra has also increased a lot. However, shortly after the Jubi killed the ninjas of the allied ninjas and the disciples of the Bloodcloak Pavilion, the group led by Watergate also came to the place where the Jubi was wreaking havoc. Seeing a large number of ninjas directly penetrated by the wooden thorns, and even their vitality was directly absorbed by the Jubi, everyone's eyes were full of hatred. As the head of the Bloodcloak Pavilion, Nangongjin naturally also saw countless disciples of the Bloodcloak Pavilion fighting on the battlefield, and he also saw more disciples directly turned into corpses without temperature on the battlefield. Holding the sword in his hand tightly, Nangongjin's neck and wrist were full of blue veins because of excessive force. Hokage-sama, it seems that I need your help now. Looking at the first Hokage, Senju Takuma, second Hokage Senju Takuma, and 3 generations Hokage Yuan Fei Hiruzen, summoned by the Edo Tensei, Watergate said with a bit of pleading. As the Hokage of the Wood Leaf Village, Watergate naturally knew that there was a very powerful ninjutsu in the Wood Leaf Village, the 4 Red Yang formation. The current size of the Jubi is too huge. Even if he summons a large summon beast, Watergate can't guarantee that he can compete with such a terrifying existence that can perform large-scale ninjutsu. Moreover, the biggest advantage of the Four Crimson Yang formation was not only that it could restrict the Jubi's movements, but it could also directly limit the Jubi's attack range, so that the Jubi would not be able to wantonly harvest the lives of the ninjas of the ninja allied forces and the disciples of the Blood Cloak Pavilion. The Four Crimson Yang formation can be said to be the most powerful ninjutsu in the Woodleaf Village. In terms of restricting movement, the Four Crimson Yang formation has extraordinary power. However, even though the Four Crimson Yang formation was powerful, it had a drawback that couldn't be considered a drawback. That was, such a powerful barrier ninjutsu required 4 Kage tier ninjas to use at the same time. But Watergate, if you use the 4 Red Yang formation with the 3 of us, you will undoubtedly lose a lot of advantages against Uchiha Madara and the Jubi. Besides, Yuan Fei Hiruzen looked at Watergate and expressed his doubts. With that, Yuan Fei Hiruzen couldn't help but look at Uchiha Obito standing next to Uchiha Madara. If I'm not mistaken, the person standing next to Uchiha Madara should be your former student, Uchiha Obito of the Uchiha clan, right? As a sensei, I believe that you will understand this person better. Giving him to you should have a better chance of victory than giving him to others. Compared to Sandaime, Watergate is relatively less calm. After coming to the battlefield, Watergate has been focusing on the casualties of the ninjas of the Allied Ninjas Army, but he ignored Uchiha Obito standing next to Watergate. Now that he heard Sandaime's words, Watergate finally looked at Uchiha Obito standing next to Uchiha Madara. Looking at Uchiha Obito's appearance, Watergate naturally connected the identity of the masked man directly with Uchiha Obito. In the past, he resolutely left Woodleaf Village in order to find the masked man who caused his family so much pain. But he didn't expect that the masked man turned out to be his disciple. Hearing the conversation between Yuan Fei, Hiruzen, and Watergate, the people present basically understood that the Hokage of Woodleaf Village seemed to be preparing to cast a barrier ninjutsu together. But while Watergate and Hiruzen were still talking, Gaara, the 5th Hokage of Sand, slowly walked to Watergate's side and said to Watergate, Yuan Fei, and Hiruzen, "2 Hokage-sama, I don't know if I can help you. Because of the battle with Uchiha Madara just now, I'm actually seriously injured. Although Tsunade-sama healed me, I still can't use my full strength. I'm very worried about whether I'll be a burden in the following battle. So if you just need someone to supply chakra, I think I'm still competent." After hearing Gaara's words, Yuan Fei also fell into contemplation. After all, Gaara actually didn't understand the principle of the 4 Red Yang formation. If Gaara was only a chakra supplier, then Yuan Fei and the other 2 Hokages would be needed to replace Gaara. This kind of thing is very simple, but it's still very difficult to do in practice. After a short period of thinking, Yuan Fei nodded to Gaara, seeming to think that Gaara's proposal was feasible. After seeing Yuan Fei and Hiruzen agree with this plan, Watergate's heart suddenly relaxed. After all, from his own heart, Watergate still hopes that he can personally solve the grievances between himself and Uchiha Obito. Now that Sandaime and Yuan Fei have proposed such a plan that allows him to directly participate in the battle, then Watergate is very happy to solve all the grievances with his disciples. Then, I'll leave it to you. Nangong Juro, please rush with us and directly fight the Jubi, Uchiha Madara, and Uchiha Obito. Looking at Watergate's request, Nangong Juro's heart, which was originally filled with anger because of the large number of casualties of the Blood Cloak Pavilion's disciples, directly broke out. Nodding silently, Nangong Juro directly told Watergate how fierce his fighting spirit is with the sharp edge in his eyes. Chapter 662. After a brief exchange, everyone understood what they should do in the battle. After confirming with each other, first Hokage, Senju Takuma, second Hokage, Senju Takuma, 3 generations Hokage Yuan Fei Hiruzen, and 5th Kazekage Gaara directly rushed toward their predetermined target location. Nangong Zhe, Sasuke, and had directly rushed to the front with their powerful taijutsu cultivation. Sword chi and thunder were everywhere, and the huge wooden thorns that attacked Nangong Zhe's group were directly shattered. Following Xianxia, Sasuke, and they were the Woodleaf Sannin. However, at this moment, the Woodleaf Sannin didn't just rely on their own legs to run, but directly summoned their three iconic giant summoned beasts, Snake, Toad, and Slug. Their movements were full of powerful oppression. Behind the three giant summoned beasts, Uzumaki Naruto, Killer Bee, Mei, and Minato Watergate were also closely following the moving shadows of the summoned beasts, ready to attack at any time. Although the wood release cutting technique used by Jubi is extremely powerful, it's only for ordinary ninjas who haven't stepped into the realm of Kage-level ninja. Faced with such a straightforward attack that only had speed as a threat, a Shadow Tier expert had too many ways to deal with it. Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito, who controlled Jubi, were also well aware of this, so when they saw a group of strong ninjas rushing toward their location, although the Nine Tails Column Force, Uzumaki Naruto, and the Hachibi Column Force Killer Bee were among them, Madara and Uchiha Obito were very wise and didn't directly target them. After all, the goal of Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito was to collect a lot of chakra. Now that they can get a lot of chakra from ordinary ninjas, there's no need to gnaw on such a hard bone. In a moment, a group of strong ninjas directly approached the place where Jubi was located. The three Hokage and the fifth Kazekigahara also saw that everyone had arrived at the mission location, and they directly cooperated with each other to cast the four red yang formation. The crimson wall rose directly from the ground, wrapping the Jubi and the powerhouses in it. Some of the wooden thorns shot out from the Jubi's body were directly burned by the scorching temperature after coming into contact with the crimson wall of the four crimson yang formation. There was no way for them to play their original role. Looking at the rising red walls, Uchiha Madara's eyes didn't seem to have any trouble. The four red yang formation was actually a powerful ninjutsu that he and Senju Takuma plundered together from a hidden family. Uchiha Madara was also very familiar with such a ninjutsu. But even in the face of such a ninjutsu, Uchiha Madara didn't feel any pressure at all. After all, after Uchiha Madara connected his body with Jubi, Uchiha Madara knew how powerful Jubi is. Perhaps the current Jubi, who is not yet in a complete state, has no way to directly break through such a ninjutsu. But as long as Jubi begins to slowly recover and restore his peak strength, Uchiha Madara believes that Jubi will be able to easily break through such a seal. However, his current body doesn't seem to be so complete. He directly became the column force of Jubi. Uchiha Madara is not sure whether his weak body can withstand the power of Jubi. He glanced at Uchiha Obito with a look full of aggression, but he quickly hid such a feeling. Now is not the time to think about such things, right? After getting close to Jubi, a group of strong people also immediately launched their attack. The black armor covering Nangong's body directly separated from Nangong's body and turned back into Black Lion Ryo. Nangong's jumped directly on Black Lion Ryo's head and took a few steps back. Nangong's and Ryo directly approached the Sannin and the huge summoned beasts they summoned, Manda, Gamabunta, and Katsu. Although the four huge summoned beasts are slightly smaller than Jubi in size, they are still very powerful in momentum. Sasuke, who was originally in the rear, also directly summoned Susanoo and came to the side of Sannin and Nangong's. Without the slightest hesitation, Nangong's and Sannin directly cooperated with their huge summoned beasts and familiars to launch an attack on Jubi's body. Sasuke also directly controlled Susanoo to hold the chakra-long blade wrapped in thunder and slash directly at Jubi. They also immediately launched Right-Un Chakra mode, cooperating with Terumi, Mei's offensive ninjutsu, to directly attack Jubi's body. Almost at the same time, several people attacked Jubi's seemingly slender and fragile limbs. After all, looking at Jubi's slender and unnatural figure at the moment, it's not difficult to see that as long as they can directly cut off Jubi's limbs, it can weaken Jubi's attack to a certain extent. Naruto and Killer Bee, who were at the back, also looked directly at each other and directly communicated with the Bijou in their body to activate Bijou Chakra mode. Golden flames rose from Naruto's body and a golden trench coat with black patterns was directly put on Naruto's body. But all of this was not over. Golden chakra flames spread directly from Naruto's body, directly forming the body of Nine Tails. Similar to Naruto, Killer Bee's body also underwent great changes at this moment. Octopus tentacles directly extended from Killer Bee's body. Unlike Naruto's concept of Nine Tails, Killer Bee has completely transformed into Hachibi at this moment. Blood Cloak Pavilion leader Nangongja Uchiha Orphan Uchiha Sasuke, 4th Hokage Minato Watergate, 5th Hokage Terumi Mei, 4th Raikage AI, would leave Sanin Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, Nine Tails Column Force, Uzumaki Naruto, and Killer Bee, Hachibi Column Force. A total of 10 Kaga-level powerhouses, or even stronger than Kaga-level powerhouses, directly launched the fiercest attack on Jubi at this moment. Is it the Shinobi Allied Forces and the Blood Cloak Pavilion that ushered in peace for the Shinobi world? Or is it Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito that controlled Jubi to directly pull the Shinobi world into the illusory, eternal Tsukumi world? Everything will be answered after this battle. Chapter 663. Whoosh! A flying thunder god Kanai appeared directly on the back of Jubi at a very fast speed, and with a flash of light, Watergate's figure directly appeared on Jubi's body. When Watergate appeared on Jubi's body, he didn't hesitate and directly rushed in the direction of Uchiha Obito. After all, the main enemy at the moment is actually Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito, but Uchiha Madara himself is too powerful, and it's difficult for Watergate to fight against Uchiha Madara alone. On the contrary, after Uchiha Obito's identity was revealed, some of the doubts in the past that seemed to be somewhat difficult to solve were instantly solved. Why did the previous masked man show his strength to defeat the opponent, but he just left directly after a few words? Why did the masked man directly participate in so few of the Akatsuki's actions? Everyone subconsciously believed that each and every member of Akatsuki organization should have formidable strength in accordance with their identity. But what if this person's strength was not enough? Regarding Uchiha Obito's talent, as Obito's guide, Watergate is actually very clear about it. Although Uchiha clan has the Sharingan, which is almost like a cheating device, which can directly make their clansmen have powerful strength, but such a cheating device actually needs to control their own strength. From childhood to adulthood, Uchiha Obito has almost no talent in ninjutsu and jinjutsu, and a little bit better in taijutsu, but he is also quite weak. Even though Uchiha Obito has been trained by Uchiha Madara, he has also been practicing hard over the years. But to be honest, excluding the strange power from the Sharingan, Uchiha Obito's strength is at most comparable to Hatake Kakashi, and may even be weaker than Kakashi. In the current battlefield, in fact, only Uchiha Obito, Watergate, Tobirama, and Hatake Kakashi have space ability. But when Watergate came to the battlefield, Kakashi was already unable to find any trace of Uchiha Obito, and Tobirama was maintaining the 4 red flame formation and couldn't get away. So in fact, only Watergate can fight against Uchiha Obito. Obito. Looking at Uchiha Obito's direction, Watergate shouted Uchiha Obito's name, and quickly rushed in the direction of Uchiha Obito. Seeing Watergate suddenly rushing towards him, Uchiha Obito's eyes showed a hint of joy, as if he was waiting for someone to come and attack him. Turning his head, Obito looked at Uchiha Madara and said with a bit of a request, "Madara-sama, please temporarily control the Jubi. Please let me deal with my former sensei." In the ninja world, the relationship between a student and a sensei is very close. Even if the relationship between a student and a sensei is like that of a father and a son, no one will raise any objection. Although Uchiha Obito fought against Watergate more than once, this is the first time Uchiha Obito used his real identity to fight against Watergate. Uchiha Obito's request is completely acceptable. Go, solve it as soon as possible. Glancing at Watergate, Uchiha Madara said coldly to Uchiha Obito. When Uchiha Madara fought against the Kage of the 5 great ninja villages, what made Madara the most interested was Watergate's space ninjutsu. Although Uchiha Madara doesn't think that Watergate is a difficult enemy to defeat, but for Uchiha Madara, Watergate is indeed troublesome enough. Since Uchiha Obito is willing to solve this problem, and he is the only one who can control the Jubi without anyone's cooperation, then he will leave it to Uchiha Obito. With Uchiha Madara's consent, Uchiha Obito also directly took the initiative to release the connection between himself and the Jubi, using the power of the Rinnegan to directly condense two black iron rods in his hands. Seeing Uchiha Obito rushing towards him, Watergate's eyes flashed with a trace of light. Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Watergate's figure suddenly flickered and disappeared directly. At this moment, there was only a special Flying Thunder God Jutsu on the Jubi. But it was obvious that Watergate couldn't continue to use the Flying Thunder God Jutsu to return to the position where he just appeared on the Jubi and give Uchiha Obito time to react. At this moment, the most important thing for Watergate to do is to quickly approach Uchiha Obito and defeat Uchiha Obito directly. When Watergate's figure reappeared, he appeared directly behind Uchiha Obito. When Nine Tails invaded the Wood Leaf Village, Watergate directly imprinted the mark of the Flying Thunder God on Uchiha Obito's neck. As long as he can still sense the existence of this mark, he can directly use the Flying Thunder God Jutsu to come to Uchiha Obito's side. But after Uchiha Obito failed to control Nine Tails to attack the Wood Leaf Village, Watergate could no longer sense this mark. But when Watergate and Uchiha Obito quickly approached each other, Watergate was very sensitive to the spatial fluctuations from the mark he left on Uchiha Obito. It seems that after Uchiha Obito failed to attack the Wood Leaf Village, he realized that there was a mark of the Flying Thunder God on his body and immediately used some means to hide this mark. But now, for some reason, Watergate could sense it again, but since he can now perceive such a condition that can provide him with an advantage, Watergate will naturally not give up. Even if there may be a trap set by Uchiha Obito, Watergate is confident that he could defeat Uchiha Obito before Uchiha Obito uses the so-called trap. Senjutsu Futon Rasengan. The powerful chakra ball surrounded by air directly attacked Uchiha Obito's body, but at this moment, Uchiha Obito did not make any move to dodge at all. Instead, it was as I expected. Chapter 664. Sure enough, the Senjutsu in Watergate's hand directly penetrated Uchiha Obito's body. But because it was an attack from above and the distance was very close, Watergate didn't stop his attack. The Rasengan in his hand directly hit the body of the Jubi, and a huge smoke rose and directly covered Uchiha Obito and Watergate. At the moment when the smoke was produced, a whirlpool suddenly appeared in the middle of the smoke, as if something was absorbing all the smoke. In a moment, the body of Uchiha Obito and Watergate disappeared along with the smoke. Obviously, Uchiha Obito used his Mangekyo Dojutsu Ki to directly absorb himself and Watergate into Kamui's dimension. In Kamui's dimension, Watergate was holding a special three-pronged kunai in his hand at the moment, looking at Uchiha Obito, who was standing opposite him with a dignified face. "Obito, what do you want to do?" Looking at Uchiha Obito, Watergate's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Obviously, he was waiting for Uchiha Obito's answer. Once Uchiha Obito said something that might arouse Watergate's killing intent, then Watergate will definitely directly attack his former student. "Watergate, Sensei, I know that some of the things I've done have indeed disappointed you, but these are not my original intention. I hope you can give me a chance to explain." Looking at Watergate, Uchiha Obito suddenly called out "Sensei." When he said that he couldn't control himself, Uchiha Obito's eyes contained a thick sadness that was difficult to eliminate. The ninja world is full of deception. Watergate has seen many ninjas with excellent acting skills, but the sadness that emerged from Uchiha Obito's eyes at this moment is completely real. Although Watergate forced himself to make his heart cold, the person standing in front of him is after all his former student. Even now, in fact, Watergate's heart missed the time when he led Uchiha Obito, Hatake Kakashi, and Harano Rin. Looking at the present, although Hatake Kakashi looks good, He has been immersed in the sadness of losing two teammates. Uchiha Obito directly stood on the opposite side of the entire ninja world, and Harano Rin has lost her life early. Every night, when Watergate recalled his students, he couldn't help but have some doubts in his heart. Is he really not suitable to be a sensei? His disciples have become like this. Now, when he heard Uchiha Obito say that he couldn't control himself, Watergate's heart inevitably has some emotions of hope. He hopes that Uchiha Obito really did all kinds of evil things because he couldn't control himself. Seeing the obvious intention in Watergate's eyes, Uchiha Obito knew that his sensei was willing to listen to him. So after a little silence, Uchiha Obito said to Watergate, "After that battle, half of my body was directly smashed by the rocks, but at that time, I didn't immediately lose my life. I believe that Sensei has also seen the ability of White Zetsu. At that time, I was directly taken by White Zetsu to a cave where Uchiha Madara was hiding. When I woke up, my body had already been transformed by Uchiha Madara into what it is now." After saying that, Uchiha Obito also pushed up his sleeves a little, revealing his gray body that was very similar to White Zetsu's clone body. But only for a moment, Uchiha Obito put down his sleeves. It seems that he also didn't like that his body was transformed like this. Then Uchiha Obito continued, "Not only was my body transformed like this, but in order to prevent me from rebelling, Uchiha Madara also implanted a ban in my heart. As long as I do anything, the ban in my heart will directly explode and then take my life." At this point, Uchiha Obito didn't continue to talk. After all, by saying this, he had already provided an indestructible reason for Uchiha Obito's actions. My own life was threatened, and in order to save my life, I continued to do so many things that were not from my heart. As for why I still carried out my plan so faithfully after Uchiha Madara died. During the battle with Uchiha Madara, Watergate saw the human-like Black Zetsu. This person was obviously the person who replaced Uchiha Madara to supervise Uchiha Obito. As long as Uchiha Obito made any rebellious action, then Black Zetsu would directly activate the ban to take away Uchiha Obito's life. Uchiha Obito was extremely proficient in the way of talking with people. Although he didn't say it clearly, he directly expressed his hatred for Uchiha Madara and his anger for his life being controlled by others. But Watergate wasn't an emotional person after all. After hearing Uchiha Obito's explanation, he didn't naively think that Uchiha Obito was really an innocent existence. He still held the kunai tightly in his hand. "Minato-sensei, the reason why I'm telling you so much isn't to beg for your forgiveness. It's because I know that although many of the things I've done in the past few years weren't out of my own heart, what's done is done. So, my only hope now is that you can kill me here. Letting my teacher in my sinful life is also a good ending. This is my only request." Looking at Watergate, Uchiha Obito directly and slowly opened his arms, directly facing Watergate without any defense. To be honest, Watergate already believed Uchiha Obito's words when he saw Uchiha Obito open his arms without any defense. But after all, Uchiha Obito had done too many wrong things. If it was just for his own personal feelings, Watergate actually hoped to let Uchiha Obito go. But Watergate was a person who cared more about public interests than personal interests. Since Uchiha Obito had admitted his identity as a sinner, then he should naturally give his student the punishment he deserved. Chapter 665. Obito, as your sensei, I am very pleased to see you have such an awakening performance. I can see the sadness and anger in your eyes, and these two emotions are not fake at all. But I'm not only your sensei, I am also the Hokage of the Wood Leaf Village in the Land of Fire, a ninja in the world of ninja. What you have done, whether it is your intention or not, has caused too much damage to the entire ninja world. So, I agree to your request. Whether it is your sin or your unwillingness, it will come to an end at this moment. Looking at Uchiha Obito, Watergate forcibly suppressed the deep sadness in his heart and said to Uchiha Obito with a serious expression. Listening to Watergate's sad but particularly resolute words, Uchiha Obito just opened his arms a little wider, as if in this way to tell Watergate his determination. Slowly walking to Uchiha Obito's side, Watergate slowly raised the trident in his hand. Tightly holding the trident, Watergate's hand was slightly trembling in an imperceptible way. Obviously, at this moment, Watergate's heart was very uneasy. After all, the person standing in front of him at this moment was his student, and this student's heart was full of regret for what he had done. Killing such a student with his own hands was also a kind of torture for Watergate himself. Obito, I'm sorry. As a ninja, as the leader of the ninja world, I have to kill you here. May your soul be able to rest in peace when you go to the Pure Land. Watergate silently prayed for Obito in his heart, and the trident in his hand directly pierced Uchiha Obito's heart. Watergate's movement was very fast. Almost in an instant, he directly pierced Uchiha Obito's heart. Perhaps Watergate hoped that he could be more stable and accurate, so that Obito would suffer less before he died. Puff! Watergate directly pulled out the kunai he pierced into Obito's body, and a lot of blood directly gushed out from the wound in front of Obito's heart. But strangely, not only blood flowed out of Obito's wound, but also some flesh fragments. As a ninja, Watergate naturally recognized that these fragments were actually part of Obito's heart. But Watergate didn't pour his chakra into the kunai, nor did he deliberately twist his kunai to directly crush Obito's heart. He just inserted a sharp blade to pierce Obito's heart. Seeing such a scene, Watergate's heart suddenly flashed a trace of vigilance. He directly pulled away from Uchiha Obito and looked at Uchiha Obito with vigilance, as if he felt that he had fallen into a well-planned trap. Uchiha Obito's face was full of pain and sadness, but at this moment, all the sadness and pain disappeared from Uchiha Obito's face, and only a crazy grin could be seen on Uchiha Obito's face. Sure enough, I was still deceived by you. With a wry smile on his face, Watergate looked at Uchiha Obito, who just maintained a grin on his face without saying a word. Deceive. No. How can this be regarded as deceiving? Didn't you already pierce my heart, my Watergate-sensei? Uchiha Obito looked at Watergate and pointed to the wound in front of his heart, as if to ask Watergate if this wound wasn't caused by him. My heart is indeed sealed, and I am indeed full of hatred and anger for Uchiha Madara. These are all true, and I believe that with Sensei's care, you can naturally understand. Uchiha Madara and I are not the same kind of people. He wants to resurrect the Jubi because of his so-called noble pursuit. But I am not. I'm simply too disappointed in the current ninja world. So the reason why I resurrected the Jubi and performed the infinite Tsukuyomi is actually to reshape the ninja world. Even if it is false, it is the peace that countless ninjas want, isn't it? My wish is actually such a simple thing. So in order to achieve my wish, the seal on my heart must not be left, but I can't break such a seal by myself. So I still have to thank Watergate Sensei for leaving a scar on the seal, so I have the opportunity to directly break such a seal. In order to thank you for your help, please continue to stay in this Kamui space. Maybe Watergate Sensei will be the only poor person who doesn't fall into the infinite Tsukuyomi. Looking at Watergate, Uchiha Obito said with great interest to Watergate. Although the main reason for the tragedy at the beginning was the attack of the Rock Village, if Watergate's reaction was faster, he wouldn't have been kidnapped by Uchiha Madara. Even after such a thing happened to him, Watergate didn't pay much attention to his disciple, so Harano Rin directly lost her life in the battle between the ninja villages and was even killed by Kakashi himself. Over the years, Uchiha Obito also found some clues. Such an incident must have involved a lot of schemes from Uchiha Madara. But Watergate, as a teacher, didn't protect his student, which was a dereliction of duty. Just think about it. The whole ninja world has fallen into an illusory world, and only Watergate will live in it, suffering infinite pain and suffering. Such a scene was just imagined by Uchiha Obito, and it made his body tremble with excitement. Space ripples quickly generated in the Kamui space, and Uchiha Obito directly left the Kamui space. Watergate looked at the Kamui space and began to try his best to contact the Flying Thunder God Kunai that he scattered in the ninja world. wanting to leave this place that belonged to Uchiha Obito through the Flying Thunder God technique. But obviously, Uchiha Obito has also considered the possibility of Watergate using the Flying Thunder God technique to leave the Kamui space. So he directly put a lot of chakra into the Kamui space to isolate the connection between the Kamui space and the ninja world. Chapter 666. In the air, a space vortex suddenly appeared, and Uchiha Obito appeared from it. At this moment, Uchiha Madara has been controlling the huge summoned beast summoned by Jubi and Sannin, the familiar beast summoned by Xianxia, the complete Susanoo cast by Uchiha Sasuke, and the Nine Tails and Hachibi incarnations of Naruto and Killer Bee. Although the power of the Jubi has gradually improved due to the passage of time, Madara didn't dare to slack off in the face of powerful giant summoned beasts or ninjutsu. Seeing Uchiha Obito suddenly appear beside him, Uchiha Madara just glanced at him casually. After seeing that both Fong and Watergate didn't come back with him, he ignored Uchiha Obito. Although Uchiha Obito seemed to have some injuries, he didn't think that Uchiha Obito would break his heart to remove the seal. Uchiha Obito's condition is very bad. After all, his heart was directly broken. The reason why Uchiha Obito can still move now is that his body is transplanted with Senju Takuma's clone cells, which is full of vitality. When he appeared on the Jubi, Uchiha Obito immediately connected himself with the Jubi. Because of the existence of Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Obito began to secretly extract vitality from the Jubi's body to carefully repair his body. Boom! Suddenly, the sound of the Jubi falling to the ground spread throughout the battlefield. Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito, who were on the Jubi's body, clearly felt that the Jubi's body tilted a little bit. At this moment, one of the Jubi's legs has been cut off. Without the support of one leg, the Jubi's body naturally tilted directly. The one who cut off the Jubi's leg was not someone else, but Xianxia and Uchiha Sasuke. Although the other powerhouses who attacked the Jubi's limbs were also very hard, the Jubi's resistance to ninjutsu has reached a terrifying level. After the powerful ninjutsu attack hit the Jubi's body, it had little effect. On the contrary, Xianxia used his sword energy and Ryo's black thunder to attack the Jubi's body, and Uchiha Sasuke also used his Susanoo's chakra to directly cut the Jubi's body. After the joint attack, the Jubi's body finally couldn't withstand Uchiha Sasuke's and Xianxia's attack. Seeing that the Jubi was injured, Uchiha Madara's expression also became very ugly. After all, the Jubi was an important tool in Uchiha Madara's plan. After suffering such a trauma, Uchiha Madara's heart was also very uncomfortable. After taking a look at Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Madara directly said to Uchiha Obito, "You control the Jubi first, I'll go and get rid of those annoying bugs below." After that, regardless of what kind of reaction Obito had, Uchiha Madara directly cut off the connection between himself and the Jubi and jumped in the direction of Xianxia and Sasuke. Seeing that Uchiha Madara didn't care about him at all, Uchiha Obito suddenly felt a little happy. For the first time, Uchiha Obito was glad that Uchiha Madara regarded him as a small character that could be controlled at will. Since in your eyes, I'm just an ordinary small character, a clone that you can control at will. Then I'll let you see how powerful a small character like me can be. Seeing that Madara was already some distance away from him, Obito began to make hand seals. He didn't make hand seals as fast as he usually does. At this moment, although Obito's hand was constantly making hand seals, it was sometimes fast and sometimes slow, with a bit of magical rhythm. 6 paths, Jubi seal technique. When Uchiha Obito was in Akatsuki, he had been collecting all the information related to the Jubi, but because it was too long ago and the Jubi itself was a taboo word in the shinobi world, there was almost no written record of it. But once again, Obito accidentally heard from Black Zetsu that sealing the Jubi required a special sealing technique. After searching for a while, he found a scroll that looked quite old in a declining family. It recorded the sealing technique that Obito was using now, the 6 paths, Jubi seal technique. In fact, Uchiha Obito himself wasn't so sure whether such a sealing technique could really exert the effect recorded in the scroll, but now Uchiha Obito wanted to get rid of Uchiha Madara's control, and there was only one way left for him to become the Jubi Column Force. When Uchiha Obito finished a series of hand seals and stopped at the last movement, a strange wave directly spread from Uchiha Obito's body, and then directly spread to the Jubi's body through the connection between him and the Jubi. At this moment, the Jubi seemed to be aware of its fate of being sealed, and it began to struggle violently at this moment, but there was a wooden umbilical cord between the Jubi and Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito stood firmly on the Jubi's body. After a while, the sealing technique performed by Uchiha Obito seemed to have begun to work. A vortex suddenly appeared in the abdomen of Uchiha Obito, and the body of the Jubi was directly absorbed by this vortex. Because the body of the Jubi was absorbed, a powerful wave swept the entire battlefield directly. At this moment, Uchiha Madara was already fighting with Nangongjo and Sasuke, but the powerful wave produced when the Jubi was absorbed also directly affected Uchiha Madara. Seeing the Jubi being absorbed by Uchiha Obito into his abdomen, Uchiha Madara immediately understood that Uchiha Obito had betrayed him. Although Uchiha Madara always knew that Uchiha Obito would betray him one day, Uchiha Madara didn't expect a betrayal from Uchiha Obito to come so quickly and so suddenly. Chapter 667. The Bijou itself is a creature that contains powerful chakra in its body. Every shinobi village covets the powerful power of the Bijou, so they seal the Bijou in the human body to create a Jinchuriki in order to obtain powerful strength. But even if it's just a Bijou, it requires a person with a special physique and a powerful sealing technique to make the Bijou Column Force able to use the power of the Bijou. The Jubi itself is the fusion of 9 Bijou. Such an existence is naturally far beyond the Bijou in general knowledge. If one wants to seal the Jubi in his body and become the column force of the Jubi, then this ninja must have a strong physique and will. Ayo a dash! As the Jubi continued to be sealed in his body, the powerful chakra and mental impact from the Jubi directly played a role on Uchiha Obito's body and mind. Because of such a powerful impact, Uchiha Obito was quite overwhelmed physically and mentally. Black Zetsu was hiding in a dark corner of the battlefield, watching Uchiha Obito seal the Jubi in his body. Black Zetsu is the third son of Otsutsuki Kagaya. Although it seems that Black Zetsu has been loyal to Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Madara, the ultimate purpose of Black Zetsu is to resurrect his mother. The will of the Jubi is actually the will of Otsutsuki Kagaya. Now that Uchiha Obito has absorbed the Jubi into his body, once Uchiha Obito has no way to resist the backlash from the Jubi, then his mother can be resurrected again. Although relatively speaking, it is better to let Uchiha Madara become his mother's vessel. After all, Uchiha Madara himself is in the Edo Tensei mode, so letting Uchiha Obito become the vessel of his mother's resurrection is actually barely possible. This was also a backup plan left behind by Black Zetsu to resurrect his mother. Previously, he deliberately handed over the Jubi seal to Uchiha Obito through a declining family for this purpose. Finally, the Jubi's body was completely absorbed into Uchiha Obito's body. The huge force generated by absorbing the 10 tails also disappeared. Without the obstruction of the force and the sand, everyone could see the state of Uchiha. At this moment, Uchiha Obito didn't seem to be in a good condition. After all, in the Kamui space, Uchiha Obito had his heart pierced by Bo Foam and Watergate. Uchiha Obito had ruthlessly crushed his heart. Although he used the life energy extracted when connecting to the Jubi to repair his body slightly, the repair time was still a little rushed after all, so the recovery couldn't be said to be perfect. At this moment, Obito's body was directly impacted by the huge chakra from the Jubi's body, and the wounds that had just been repaired were now torn open again. Not only that, at this moment, Uchiha Obito's eyes, nostrils, ears, and mouth were slowly oozing blood, and his whole body looked miserable and weak. However, in sharp contrast to Uchiha Obito's miserable body at this moment, a powerful aura constantly emerged from Uchiha Obito's body. Obviously, the Jubi that had been absorbed by Uchiha Obito was constantly transforming Uchiha Obito's body, making Uchiha Obito's body begin to evolve in a direction beyond the human level. Gradually, Uchiha Obito's physical characteristics began to change. The original black short hair at this moment had turned white, and Uchiha Obito's skin color was also changing to a gray-white color similar to White Zetsu's clone. The navy blue robe on Uchiha Obito's body was suddenly broken by the powerful chakra that emerged from Uchiha Obito's body, and the gray-white body began to gradually change shape. A robe-like clothes extended from Uchiha Obito's body, and a pair of short sharp horns appeared on Uchiha Obito's forehead. Obito's miserable roar gradually weakened, and the blood flowing on his cheeks was gradually absorbed by Uchiha Obito's skin. Obito's body that was half squatting due to the pain slowly stood up at this moment, and as Obito's body stood upright, a coat of arms formed by the seal of Magatama appeared on Uchiha Obito's back. Is this the Jubi's column force? Looking at Uchiha Obito, who stood up, Naruto also looked at Uchiha Obito's magical posture with a sluggish look. For some reason, Naruto couldn't help but feel a familiar aura from Uchiha Obito, as if he had felt such an existence beyond human beings from there. Sure enough, the incomplete Jubi can only do this much. Unlike Naruto and the others who were amazed, Black Zetsu looked at Uchiha Obito's body with a bit of disappointment. In the chakra of the nine-tailed beasts, it actually contains the will of his mother, Otsutsuki Kagaya. The so-called resurrection of Jubi is actually to gather Otsutsuki Kagaya's consciousness again, and then resurrect her. But now, because of the lack of Hachibi and Nine Tails power, and Jubi has not fully recovered at this moment, it is still difficult for Jubi to control Uchiha Obito with only incomplete power. At this moment, although Uchiha Obito has the appearance of Jubi's column force, to be honest, there is still a big gap between him and the real Jubi. Looking at Nangonja, Uchiha Sasuke, and AI, Turmi Mei, and with Leaf Sannin, Black Zetsu made a general estimation and found that if Uchiha Obito's strength alone, it is still possible to defeat them. It seems that in the end, I still have to find a way to resurrect Uchiha Madara and collect the power of the other two-tailed beasts to have a chance to resurrect my mother. Thinking of this, Black Zetsu's body, which was originally hidden in the dark corner, directly melted into the ground and disappeared. Black Zetsu is very clear that his strength is actually very limited. What he can do now is to find the opportunity to plunder the chakra of Hachibi and Nine Tails, help Uchiha Madara resurrect, and then use Uchiha Madara as a vessel to resurrect his mother. Although it seems a little complicated, Black Zetsu has also been in the shinobi world for so many years. In order to resurrect his mother, Black Zetsu doesn't think that this little wait is unacceptable. Chapter 668. Uchiha Obito stood up straight, but he didn't immediately start his action. He closed his eyes tightly, as if he was familiarizing himself with the changes in his body. Uchiha Madara and the rest of the ninja allied forces didn't immediately take action. After all, this was the first time for everyone to face the Jubi's Jinchuriki, an existence beyond the level of human life. Although they didn't want to admit it, everyone's heart was still full of vigilance. After all, Uchiha Obito's body at this moment was a powerful oppression beyond their level of life. Just when everyone's eyes were full of seriousness, suddenly a chuckle spread directly across the battlefield. Although the sound was very soft, everyone heard it very clearly. This was Uchiha Obito's laughter. It became more and more crazy. In the end, Uchiha Obito couldn't even control his body. He covered his cheeks with his hands, and his shoulders began to shake quickly. This is power. This is the breath of freedom. It's really fascinating. I like it. Holding his hands tightly in front of himself, Uchiha Obito's eyes were full of a strange intoxication. Now Uchiha Obito could feel the explosive power in his body. Even the strongest Uchiha Madara could be seen through at a glance in front of Uchiha Obito. But at this moment, Uchiha Obito didn't have the mind to pay attention to Uchiha Madara. In Uchiha Obito's body, the Jubi was constantly conveying a strong desire to Uchiha Obito. The Jubi was eager to recover, and Uchiha Obito was eager to become stronger. The thing that can make Uchiha Obito more powerful is the Hachibi and Nine Tails sealed in Killer Bee's body. As long as he can directly plunder these two-tailed beasts into his body, then he can become an existence completely beyond human beings. From then on, he'll be the only true god in the world. When Uchiha Obito turned his eyes to Killer Bee and Uzumaki Naruto and Killer Bee couldn't help but tremble. Obito's undisguised desire and threat to their lives made Uzumaki Naruto and Killer Bee nervous. Uchiha Madara looked at Uchiha Obito, who stole the fruit of his victory, and his eyes were full of anger. He clenched his fists and wanted to fight with Uchiha Obito, but suddenly his frowning brows loosened, as if someone was persuading Uchiha Madara. After a while, although Uchiha Madara's eyes were still full of anger, it was obvious that Uchiha Madara had become sober at this moment, and his eyes were full of clarity. "I'll let you be arrogant for a while." Uchiha Madara glanced at Uchiha Obito and directly used the body flicker technique to leave the battlefield. Although the battlefield was surrounded by the four red flame formation at this moment, Uchiha Madara's figure disappeared. Watching Uchiha Madara disappear, the strong ninjas of the Ninja Allied Forces also suddenly relaxed. After all, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito belonged to the same camp. The strength of Uchiha Madara is obvious to all. If Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito, who has become the leader of the Ten Tails Column Force, unite, then no one can stop the two of them. Because of the departure of Uchiha Madara, everyone's heart was slightly relaxed, but Uchiha Obito suddenly launched his own action. Uchiha Obito's body suddenly floated directly against the laws of physics. Unlike Sandaime Tsuchikige's super light rock technique, Uchiha Obito flew directly as if by instinct, and his movement speed was not low. There were even afterimages in the air because of the high-speed movement. Almost in an instant, Uchiha Obito's figure directly appeared in the camp of the Ninja Allied Forces. In an instant, Uchiha Obito launched the power of the outer path, and a black iron rod appeared in his hand. Although it looked not much different from the black iron rod that was shaped before he became the leader of the Ten Tails Column Force, it contained the power of the outer path in the Rinnegan and the powerful chakra in the Ten Tails body. Whether it was the hardness or the degree of disturbance to the chakra, it was far more than the previous black iron rod. Uchiha Obito waved the black iron rod in his hand casually, and Terumi Mei, who was the fifth-generation Mizukage, was directly hit by Uchiha Obito. When he hit Terumi Mei, the power of the outer path and the Ten Tails chakra in the iron rod directly invaded her body. The two powerful forces directly blocked the meridians in her body, and at the same time, Terumi Mei also directly lost her combat power. What Uchiha Obito wanted to do at this moment was to use the fastest speed to make everyone in the Ninja Allied Forces lose their combat power, except for the Hachibi and the Nine Tails Column Force. Only in this way can he directly absorb the power of the Hachibi and the Nine Tails into his body without any hindrance. After hitting Terumi Mei, Uchiha Obito did not stop his attack. He directly turned around and directly attacked the fourth-generation Reikage AI with the black iron rod in his hand. Compared to the ninjutsu-type Terumi Mei, AI, who was proficient in taijutsu, reacted faster. When he saw Obito attacking him, he immediately crossed his arms in front of his chest to protect himself. But obviously, AI still underestimated the power of Uchiha Obito after he became the Ten Tails Column Force. The black iron rod wrapped in a huge force directly hit AI's arms. AI has stimulated his right chakra mode to the extreme, and his body was wrapped in powerful thunder, constantly stimulating his body. But after receiving Uchiha Obito's attack, AI's body directly flew out like Terumi Mei. Due to the invasion of Geto's power and Jubi's chakra, the lightning covering his body went out of control. Even though he was proficient in lightning ninjutsu, his whole body was scorched black by the raging lightning chakra. Chapter 669. Uchiha Obito relied on his ascended physical fitness and strength to directly defeat the two powerhouses in the Ninja Allied Forces camp in a very short time, making them lose their combat power. But the time to defeat these two powerhouses also gave the remaining people time to react. After Terumi Mei and A were defeated, only would Leaf Sanin Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Tsunade, Nangonja, Uchiha Sasuke from the Blood Cloak Pavilion camp, and Killer Bee and Uzumaki Naruto as column force. Among these remaining people, there are many people with outstanding melee abilities. However, Tsunade and Jiraiya themselves have been away from the battlefield for many years. Now, they suddenly participate in the war. Although they're mentally prepared, their bodies are still slightly lacking. Uzumaki Naruto and Killer Bee's fighting style is also based on taijutsu and ninjutsu, but Naruto and Bee are not only ninjas, but also column force with tailed beasts sealed in their bodies. As the target of Uchiha Obito, the two of them naturally can't join the battle so casually. In this way, in the end, Uchiha Sasuke and Nangonja came directly in front of Uchiha Obito with long swords in their hands to block Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Sasuke once received Nangonja's swordsmanship guidance when he was young. Although he slowly formed a set of swordsmanship with his own characteristics with the accumulation of his own experience. After all, it was still born from the swordsmanship taught by Nangonja. So at this moment, the cooperation between Nangonja and Uchiha Sasuke can be said to be very tacit. Sasuke's sword was attached with a layer of sword light formed by Chakra's simulated internal force. The originally silver sword looked more dazzling at this moment. At this moment, Nangonja poured a large amount of internal energy into the Calamity sword in his hand. The deep black color of the Calamity sword mixed with the crystal clear blue of his internal energy, giving it a mysterious feeling. Because Sasuke's sword light can only extend a short distance, Nangonja himself can directly use sword energy to extend the attack range. So when facing Uchiha Obito, Sasuke in front and Nangonja in the back attacked Uchiha Obito. Sasuke relied on his sword skills and fighting awareness to block Uchiha Obito with difficulty. Nangonja relied on his powerful attack ability to constantly move or cooperate with Uchiha Sasuke to block Uchiha Obito or attack Uchiha Obito's exposed weaknesses. After all, the Jubi in Uchiha Obito's body was in an incomplete state, so in many ways, Uchiha Obito's Six Paths mode was actually flawed. Now Nangonja relied on his own sword energy. Uchiha Sasuke relied on his own sword light to directly block Uchiha Obito's attack. As the battle continued, Uchiha Obito's mood became more and more impatient. After all, Uchiha Obito didn't expect that he would be entangled in the face of Uchiha Sasuke and Nangonja's pincer attack. Jubi, your power isn't just like this, I know. Give me more power. I am you, and you are me. Now we are humiliated. Is this what you want to see? Uchiha Obito roared silently in his heart, seemingly hoping to let Jubi feel his will in this way. Perhaps Uchiha Obito's strong what was really perceived by Jubi, or Jubi regained some of its power in Uchiha Obito's body. Several spikes that didn't look so sharp began to slowly protrude from Uchiha Obito's back. With the emergence of 5 spike-shaped scales, a black sphere also emerged directly from Uchiha Obito's body and hung behind Uchiha Obito. The pinkish flame was burning at the tip of the scales, and the aura of destruction was directly emitted from these pinkish flames. This is the six-path immortal fire chakra that belongs to the six-path mode. Slowly opening his hand, the black substance continued to condense in Obito's hand, and the truth-seeking ball floating behind Obito also directly rushed into such a mass of black substance. Gradually, a strange-looking long sword was formed in a sequence similar to DNA. It was a legendary sword used by the Six-Path Sannin when he created the first land, the Heavenly Swamp Spear. However, these are all legends. In fact, before the birth of the Six-Path Sannin, land already existed in the ninja world. However, even though it was just a rumor, the power contained within such a weapon was real and undeniable. The Heavenly Swamp Spear itself has another name, the Sword of the Heart. The stronger the user's heart, the more powerful this sword is. Holding the Heavenly Swamp Spear in one hand, Uchiha Obito waved the long black greatsword in his hand. Whether it is a paranoid heart, a kind heart, or a brave heart, as long as it is a heart, it can become the existence that supports the Heavenly Swamp Spear. At this moment, Uchiha Obito's twisted and paranoid heart became the power that supports the Heavenly Swamp Spear. At this moment, the Heavenly Swamp Spear was full of powerful momentum and oppression. Just by waving it casually, it directly broke the joint attack of Xianxia and Uchiha Sasuke. Xianxia's Heaven's Disaster Sword was made of special materials, so when it collided with such a legendary weapon, it wasn't affected too much. However, Uchiha Sasuke's Silver Longsword was just an ordinary weapon with excellent craftsmanship and high-quality materials. Even after being nourished by Uchiha Sasuke's fake sword chi for so many years, this longsword was still just an ordinary weapon that was sharpened by a lot. The moment the silver longsword and the Heavenly Swamp Spear collided, the silver longsword directly broke, and the metal fragments splashed everywhere under the huge impact. A few fragments even directly scratched Uchiha Sasuke's cheek, and a few blood marks appeared on his cheek, but Uchiha Sasuke didn't notice it at all. Although Uchiha Sasuke never gave his longsword a name, but after countless battles and countless days of being together, Uchiha Sasuke was still full of feelings for this ordinary longsword. Suddenly, his longsword directly broke, which made Uchiha Sasuke somewhat difficult to accept. Chapter 670. Good opportunity. Seeing that Sasuke suddenly fell into a trance, Uchiha Obito's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light at the moment. The confrontation between Uchiha Obito and Xianxia made Obito's heart full of anxiety. Although the feedback of Jubi's power made his body and strength stronger, such strength couldn't be reciprocated to his spirit, so Uchiha Obito's impatience didn't reduce at all. Seeing that Uchiha Sasuke became absent-minded because of his broken long sword, Uchiha Obito also immediately waved the Tenma Spear in his hand towards Uchiha Sasuke. Although Xianxia was very close to Uchiha Sasuke, the blow that he took just now directly made Xianxia's hand slightly numb, and the blood in his body couldn't calm down for a long time. How can he block Uchiha Obito's swift blow for Sasuke in such a state? Just when Xianxia was still trying to adjust his body state, hoping to help Uchiha Sasuke block this blow, suddenly a golden figure directly blocked in front of Uchiha Sasuke. Tenma Spear won't stop its attack voluntarily because of who it is attacking, and everyone present is actually an enemy to Uchiha Obito. In that case, why should he care about who he is attacking? As long as he can defeat the person he is attacking, it doesn't matter who it is. The golden figure was naturally no one else. It was Uzumaki Naruto in Kurama mode. With the emergence of chakra on his body to form a giant hand, Naruto obviously hoped that he could block this blow for his best friend Uchiha Sasuke. However, Naruto still underestimated the power and sharpness of Tenma Spear. Obviously, the giant hand condensed with chakra was easily cut open like soft tofu in front of Tenma Spear. Tenma Spear itself was a strange and huge longsword. When it broke through the giant hand formed by Nine Tails chakra, it also directly attacked Naruto's body. Although Naruto's body was covered with a golden windbreaker condensed from Nine Tails chakra, the giant hand condensed with a high concentration of chakra couldn't block this blow, and the relatively weaker chakra windbreaker naturally couldn't block this blow. The sharp Tenma Spear blade directly cut through the golden chakra windbreaker and cut Naruto's body. Naruto's body was made of flesh and blood. The moment he was cut, an intense pain directly transmitted to Naruto's brain. When he was in Kurama mode, Naruto's own pain, nerves were greatly weakened. But at this moment, his abdomen was cut, and the wound wasn't very deep, but it already made Naruto feel the pain. He tightly clenched his teeth to prevent himself from screaming, but a trace of wailing still squeezed out from Naruto's teeth. His tightly clenched gums also oozed blood. Seemingly aware that Naruto suddenly appeared in front of him was attacked, Uchiha Sasuke, who was still a bit absent-minded, finally recovered his consciousness. "Naruto, you..." Looking at Uzumaki Naruto's face full of pain, Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help but feel deeply moved and proud in his heart. After all, in this world, there is a person who risked his life to save you. Having such a friend is worthy of anyone's pride and gratitude. Seeing that Sasuke seemed to have recovered his consciousness, Naruto also suddenly smiled. That bright smile directly washed away the originally distorted expression on his face. Attaching the Nine Tails chakra to his palm, Naruto directly grabbed the blade of Sky Swamp Spear and fiercely pushed such a weapon out of his body. A large amount of blood directly sprayed on the ground. Naruto's blood actually dyed the ground red. With Naruto's current state in Kurama mode, he could actually quickly recover from his injuries. But because the weapon that attacked Naruto was not an ordinary weapon, but the Sky Swamp Spear of Hagoromo Sennin, Naruto's wound was still not fully recovered. "Sasuke, although you seem to be a lot stronger, you still make people worry about you. In the end, you still need me to save you. Remember this favor of mine." Although Naruto said that he wanted Uchiha to remember his kindness and also ridiculed Sasuke, whether it was Naruto or Sasuke, both of them knew very well that Naruto rushed forward to protect Sasuke because he saw Sasuke in danger. "I don't need you to help me." Over the years, Sasuke's personality had indeed improved a lot, but when facing Naruto, who was familiar with him, Sasuke couldn't help but be stubborn. It seemed that this was the way Sasuke and Naruto got along. They didn't want to deal with each other, but when something really happened, Naruto and Sasuke could bear any risk for each other. Hey. Now is not the time for you two to chat. I'm in a hurry to collect Hachibi and Nine Tails. This kind of cliché story between you two should be staged elsewhere. When Naruto used his own body to block such a blow for Sasuke, Uchiha actually had the opportunity to attack Naruto again with the Tenma Spear that had pierced into Naruto's body. But when he saw Naruto block this blow for Sasuke, he couldn't help but think of the scene where he was willing to be crushed by the boulder in order to let Kakashi live. Yes, was he really willing to do that? It was because he saw Naruto block this blow for Sasuke that Obito recalled his past experience and shook Uchiha Obito's heart. So Uchiha Obito didn't continue to attack with the Tenma Spear in his hand. Tenma Spear was a sword of the soul. Because of the strength of the soul, Tenma Spear could obtain unparalleled sharpness and hardness. And because of the shaking of the soul, Tenma Spear would also lose its powerful strength. Chapter 671. After so many years, Uchiha Obito has been tormented by everything that happened back then, so Obito's heart couldn't help but be shaken by what happened between Naruto and Sasuke. After all, Obito back then was too similar to the current Naruto, wasn't it? But the shaking of his mind was only a temporary situation because Obito has found a way to make up for everything. As long as he can successfully perform infinite Tsukuyomi, then everything he lost will be taken back. Although everything in Tsukuyomi world is actually fake, even so, it is much better than facing the cold reality. In fact, Uchiha Obito's heart has never grown because from the beginning to the end, Uchiha Obito has been running away, hasn't he? But no matter whether Uchiha Obito chooses to run away or face it, with such a deformed will, Uchiha Obito has re-evaluated his heart. Once again, he controlled Tenma Swamp Spear to slash in Naruto's direction, but a huge short sword directly blocked the attack path of Tenma Swamp Spear. Although this huge short sword was also made of ordinary materials, it was too large after all, so Tenma Swamp Spear was also blocked before it could cut off such a long sword. I say, Jiraiya kid, for you, I scrapped the weapon that has accompanied me for many years. When you go back, remember to give me an identical sword. Also, give me some good wine. Consider it as making up for my loss. Okay? A huge voice sounded. Looking at the voice, the giant summoned beast summoned by Jiraiya with summoning jutsu, Gamabunta complained to Jiraiya on top of his head. When Jiraiya heard Gamabunta's words, he immediately nodded and said to Gamabunta, "Of course, whether it is a short sword or good wine, I will send it to you later." Although Jiraiya agreed quickly, looking at the two pieces of the short sword and Gamabunta's huge body, he couldn't help but have a big cold sweat on his forehead. Where am I going to find someone to help me make such a big sword? How much good wine do I have to drink to fill Gamabunta's stomach? This was really a bit difficult to deal with. Just when Jiraiya was scratching his head helplessly, Orochimaru controlled Manda and came to Jiraiya's side. Before Orochimaru could speak, Manda took the initiative to look at Gamabunta with a look of disdain. "You stinky toad, you're really stingy. Can you please stop showing off your existence with this idiot Jiraiya?" The Snake Dowager's voice was rather sinister. When she said such mocking words, it was naturally very ear-piercing. After hearing the Snake Dowager's words, Toad Gamata couldn't help but feel angry. The Toad clan of Mount Mayabu and the Snake clan of the Earth Dragon Cave had a huge conflict of views. Now that he was directly choked by the Snake clan, Toad Wintai couldn't help but feel a little angry. "Stop messing around, you two. We still have a powerful enemy in front of us. No matter what, let's defeat this powerful enemy in front of us first." Seeing Manda and Toad Gamata's swords drawn, Tsunade's summoned Beast Katsu also directly stepped forward to dissuade them. She didn't know if Manda and Toad Gamata finally found a way out after hearing Katsu's words or something else. Anyway, the two huge summoned beasts stared at each other, and the matter just now was left unsettled. Looking at the scene of Manda and Toad Gamata talking back, Tsunade couldn't help but smile a little. After all, when she, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru fought together in the shinobi world, such a scene happened from time to time. Being able to see such a scene really made Tsunade very happy. "Enough nonsense. Naruto, you step back first. You are the target of Uchiha Bito, and now Uchiha Madara's whereabouts are unknown. Your biggest task now is not to help us fight, but to protect yourself with Killer Bee, so that they can't collect your chakra, and the Eye of the Moon project will be delayed." It has to be said that among the Sannin, Tsunade herself is also a ninja with a great view of the overall situation. At this moment, seeing that Naruto blocked the attack for Sasuke, she immediately advised Naruto. She didn't want Naruto to directly fight with a Jubi column force like Uchiha Bito. Naruto's mother, Uzumaki Shina Kushina, had a very good relationship with Tsunade. Naruto could still hear Tsunade's words, so although he was still a little unwilling in his heart, Naruto already knew that this was not the time for him to be willful, and he quickly retreated to Killer Bee's side. "Boss Toad, are you ready?" Jiraiya suddenly asked Gamabunta under him. After glancing at Manda, Gamabunta said to Jiraiya, "That's right. Of course, I won't lose the face of Mount Mayaboku in front of this bug." Listening to Gamabunta's somewhat hostile words, Jiraiya's mouth also slightly smiled, and he didn't take these words to heart. His hands quickly formed a seal, and a ninjutsu was quickly completed. Combination ninjutsu. Katan. Toad Flame Bullet. Jiraiya spat out a raging fire from his mouth, and a slightly turbid oil column rushed out from Gamabunta's mouth. When the flame met the oil column, it directly ignited the oil column. At this moment, the flame directly splashed in the direction of Uchiha Obito like a liquid. Looking at the raging flame rushing towards him, Uchiha Obito had no intention of dodging at all, as if the raging flame rushing towards him was just a slight breeze in the slightly sultry summer afternoon air. The Tenma spear in his hand quickly disintegrated and turned back into truth-seeking balls suspended behind Uchiha Obito. Several truth-seeking balls seemed to have a faint fluctuation, and the fluctuation was like a tide getting stronger and stronger, and it hit the Toad Flame Bullet cast by Jiraiya. After the Toad Flame Bullet's liquid flame hit the Toad Flame Bullet, the flame directly disappeared out of thin air, and a large amount of toad flame bullet that was not completely burned directly flew in all directions. The originally aggressive attack was directly annihilated. Chapter 672. Ninjutsu has no effect. Seeing that Jiraiya's toad oil bomb was so easily broken by Uchiha Obito, Orochimaru's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light as he stared at Uchiha Obito's body and said excitedly, "Sure enough, Jubi's Jinchuriki is different from ordinary Jinchuriki. According to my research, in fact, the legendary Rikudo Sannin, who is close to the god of creation, is actually the first Jubi column force. Rikudo Sannin himself is the ancestor of ninja. Although ninja has various escape techniques, they can't escape from water, fire, earth, wind, and lightning. When we besieged Jubi just now, I already felt that Jubi's resistance to ninjutsu was too high. Obviously, such powerful ninjutsu directly hit Jubi, but Jubi itself suffered very little damage. In this case, I also began to guess whether ninjutsu is actually ineffective against Jubi or Jubi column force. Now, Jubi column force Uchiha Obito's performance tells us that ninjutsu is indeed useless. But just now, Xianxia and Uchiha Sasuke directly cut off one of Jubi's legs, so it seems that pure physical attacks are actually effective against Jubi. The law of victory is sometimes so simple and easy to understand. Orochimaru didn't hide his voice when he spoke, and these conclusions of Orochimaru's were naturally clearly transmitted to the ninja coalition, Xianxia, Uchiha Sasuke's ears, and everyone's eyes flashed with a look of understanding. Among everyone, Xianxia and Uchiha Sasuke have already shown their powerful melee abilities, but there is also a person who is very proficient in melee attacks among the Sannin, that is Katsuhime Tsunade of the Sannin. In Seal Jutsu form. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Tsunade also directly lifted her own seal, and a large number of chakra directly emerged from the seal. Tsunade's monstrous strength has always been her main attack method. It's actually a very different attack method from ninjutsu. Although it also uses chakra, this chakra is mainly used on her body. When the Ein seal on her body was lifted, Tsunade's physical fitness also improved. After borrowing a little strength from Katsuhime, Tsunade directly rushed towards Uchiha Obito's direction. Because of Tsunade's speed, there was even a very loud sound in the air. Tento kick. Tsunade lifted her leg high, and after a short time of charging, she kicked down heavily. But at this moment, Uchiha Obito actually has an extremely powerful speed, and Tsunade's short time in the air actually gave Uchiha Obito a chance to dodge. Tsunade didn't hit her enemy, but she wasn't discouraged. After all, Uchiha Obito is now the Jubi's column force. How powerful such an existence can be is unknown for everyone. This battle wasn't a battle that can be solved quickly, and Tsunade herself was prepared for a long battle. Just as Tsunade used her speed to quickly approach Uchiha Obito, Xianxia and Uchiha Sasuke, who were originally in a state of paralysis, also quickly gathered together at this moment to fight Uchiha Obito together with Tsunade. Seeing Tsunade directly facing Uchiha Obito, Jiraiya naturally jumped directly from Gamabuna's head and quickly made hand seals to summon Fukasaku Sannin and Shima Sannin from Mount Myaboku. With the cooperation of the two Mount Myaboku Sannin, Jiraiya immediately entered Sage Mode. Although his Sage Mode is not as perfect as Watergate's, after all, this is Sage Mode, which can greatly enhance a person's physical fitness. Monster Strength, Frog Hands, and Kenjutsu, these three taijutsu are enough to be called the pinnacle of taijutsu. At this moment, they are fighting Uchiha Obito at the same time. Natural energy condensed in Jiraiya's hand, and Jiraiya punched out directly on Uchiha Obito's body. To everyone's surprise, Uchiha Obito, who was hit, flew out directly. It must be known that since Uchiha Obito became the Jubi's column force, in fact, in the battle against Uchiha Obito, Obito almost didn't retreat a step. Now, Jiraiya actually repelled Uchiha Bito with one punch. Senjutsu, Frog Gauntlet, is a fighting technique that uses natural chakra while in Sage mode. After listening to Orochimaru's words, Jiraiya's brain turned quickly. Since ordinary ninjutsu basically has no effect on a Jubi's column force like Uchiha Bito, then what about an attack that uses natural energy that is different from ordinary ninjutsu? In fact, when Jiraiya fought Uchiha Bito with frog hands, he was also trying it out. After all, Senjutsu, chakra formed in Sage mode, still has the name chakra. If Uchiha Bito has a certain resistance to Senjutsu, chakra, Jiraiya was ready to directly exit Sage mode and use ordinary taijutsu to attack Uchiha Bito. But unexpectedly, the effect of Senjutsu, which contains natural energy, was surprisingly good against Uchiha Bito. Seeing that Jiraiya's attack containing natural energy was so effective, Xianxia, who could also use natural energy for his own use, also acted quickly. He injected his internal energy into the Sword of Calamity, using the Sword of Calamity as a bridge to communicate with natural energy. A little bit of green light gathered directly into the Sword of Calamity in Xianxia's hand. Chop! Uchiha Bito was suddenly hit by Jiraiya's attack, and he didn't even react to what was going on. Xianxia directly held his Sword of Calamity. Xianxia guessed that the reason why Jiraiya's attack was so powerful was because of the use of natural energy, so he directly used the Sword of Calamity to shape the blade of the Sword of Calamity and directly slashed towards Uchiha Bito in a strange way. With such a slash, one of the thorny scales that protruded from Uchiha Bito's back was directly cut off. Chapter 673. No one knew the purpose of the scales extending from Uchiha Bito's back, but when Xianxia directly cut off one of the scales, Uchiha Bito's face immediately showed an extremely painful expression. The severe pain even directly made Uchiha Bito's figure retreat a few steps. Under the joint suppression of Tsunade and Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Bito's state slightly recovered after a while. Xianxia and Jiraiya looked at each other and immediately understood each other's meaning. After all, among the 4 people who participated in the siege of Uchiha Bito, only Xianxia and Jiraiya could use natural energy to cause damage to Uchiha Bito. Tsunade and Uchiha Sasuke were also people with rich combat experience. At this moment, Xianxia and Jiraiya were actually the key to victory, so Tsunade and Uchiha Sasuke also tried their best to attack, using their taijutsu to constantly entangle Uchiha Bito, forcing Uchiha Bito to reveal his flaws. Xianxia and Jiraiya were on the side, ready to attack when Uchiha Bito revealed his flaws. Although Uchiha Bito at this moment had a strong physique beyond human limits and a huge amount of chakra, compared to the several people who were fighting Uchiha Bito, to be honest, there was a certain gap in combat experience and combat awareness. In such a short time, Xianxia and the others had already found such an effective attack method. Being entangled by Tsunade and Uchiha Sasuke, Xianxia and Jiraiya also constantly used natural energy to attack Uchiha Bito. Seeming to understand the importance of the scales on his shoulder blade, Uchiha Bito also deliberately defended himself. However, even though he was able to defend one place, there was no way to defend the other places. Obito's body also had large and small scars. This situation can't be. After fighting for a while, Uchiha Bito finally realized that the current battle situation couldn't continue. If this continues, then he is likely to be dragged to death by these 4 people. He absolutely can't be delayed here. Now that Jubi in his body is relatively mature, as long as there's the right time, he can directly release part of Jubi's body and rely on Jubi's power to directly project Manjikyu Sharingan directly on the moon to realize the Eye of the Moon project, and then let the entire world enter the world of infinite Tsukuyomi. Originally, Uchiha Bito had 5 scales on his shoulder blade, but because of Xianxia's attack just now, he lost 1 scale, so now only 4 scales are burning with pale, pink chakra flames. activating the burning chakra flames on the 4 scales. Several chakra palms were directly formed. Stretching out his hand, the Tenma spear appeared again and directly forced Xianxia and the other 3 to retreat, and Uchiha Bido also directly suspended in the air with his flying power out of the attack range of Xianxia and the others. Uchiha Bido twisted his head and looked around. The powerful barrier formed by the first Hokage Senju Takuma, second Hokage Tobarama, 3 generations Hokage Yuan Fei Hiruzen, and 5th Kazake Gaara was so conspicuous that it directly separated the battlefield from the outside space. In order to perfectly display the power of Jubi, Jubi must have enough chakra to use. Such a barrier must not exist. For pale pink chakra palms directly stretched out from Uchiha Bido's body. The chakra palms approached the wall formed by the 4 red flame formation at an extremely fast speed, and the palms directly grabbed the wall formed by the barrier. "Open for me." Uchiha Bido encouraged his chakra, and the 4 chakra palms immediately began to fiercely drag the wall formed by the 4 red flame formation. Almost instantly, the powerful barrier formed by the 4 Kages was directly torn apart. As the caster of the barrier, the 4 Kages naturally also suffered a certain degree of backlash. Seeing the 4 red yang formation being torn apart, in order to prevent the ninjas of the allied ninjas from escaping, Uchiha Bido quickly condensed 6 black iron rods in his hand with the help of Geto's power. With a casual throw, the 6 iron rods directly enveloped the ninjas of the allied ninjas and the disciples of the Blood Cloak Pavilion. Barrier ninjutsu. It's not only you who can use it. Relying on the faint inheritance that he received after obtaining the power of 6 paths, Uchiha Bido quickly made hand seals. At the same time, the chakra within Uchiha Bido's body directly gushed out with the 6 iron rods as the medium. 6 red yang formation form. Although the name was somewhat similar to the 4 red yang formation that the 4 Kages used together, the power of the 6 red yang formation and the 4 red yang formation were completely different. The one who used the 4 red yang formation was the most ordinary chakra, but the one who used the 6 red yang formation was the power of 6 paths, which completely surpassed the level of chakra. The suppression from the energy level was also completely reflected in the power of the barrier ninjutsu. The huge range and amazing effect of the 6 red yang formation directly wrapped the entire Ninja Alliance army and the members of the Blood Cloak Pavilion in it. Uchiha Bido seemed to be quite satisfied with the effect of the barrier ninjutsu he used, with a cold and cruel smile on the corner of his mouth. Uchiha Bido was like a god looking down at the living beings under his feet. Finally, although the process is full of twists and turns, the Eye of the Moon project that I have been looking forward to finally has the possibility of success. The current ninja world is too disappointing. Every day, every hour, every minute, every second, there are countless people who lose their lives and bleed their blood dry. Although the world created by Tsukuyami isn't a real world, everyone who participates in it has their own soul. Now, let me give you a chance to live in the world I created for you. In this place, there will be no more sacrifices, no more oppression. Everyone can enjoy the complete peace that the ninja world has never had before. Jubi God Tree. As the Jubi Column Force, I call for your arrival. Chapter 674. He slightly opened the seal on the Jubi, and the chakra of the Jubi leaked out from Uchiha Bido's body. The moment the chakra of the Jubi left Uchiha Bido's body, it directly began to materialize into thick vines, spreading directly from the place where Uchiha Bido was. At first, the scale of the vines was not so large, but when the vines touched the ground, they began to grow wildly like weeds in the spring breeze. The area covered by the 6 red flame formation was directly covered by the dense vines almost in an instant. Not only were there a large number of vines, but these vines also had a very strong lethality. Every ninja or disciple of the Blood Robe Pavilion who came into contact with the vines had all the chakra in their body sucked out in the first place. As for the disciples of the Blood-Robe Pavilion, their vitality was directly sucked out. At this moment, whether it was the ninjas or the internal force cultivators of the Blood-Robe Pavilion, they all became exactly the same. Everyone directly turned into a dried corpse. If the members of the Blood-Robe Pavilion and the Ninja Coalition forces were massacred in the battle against Uchiha Madara, then the members of the Ninja Coalition forces and the Blood-Robe Pavilion were simply being harvested, like wheat waiting to be harvested in the autumn field. Their lives were taken away one by one. Damn it! Nangongja quickly waved the Heaven's Disaster Sword that he condensed with natural energy on the blade, wanting to cut off the vines that were attacking him as soon as possible. After seeing a large number of casualties of the Blood-Robe Pavilion disciples, Nangongja's heart became even more anxious. His attitude was different from when he first became the head of the Blood-Robe Pavilion. Over the years, Nangongja became more and more involved in the affairs of the Blood-Robe Pavilion. In fact, Nangongja's heart was full of feelings for the Blood-Robe Pavilion. Now that he saw a large number of casualties of the Blood-Robe Pavilion disciples, Nangongja's heart was like a burning flame, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. Nangongja's mood was exactly the same as the rest of the Kages. They were also full of anxiety when they saw their ninjas being harvested like this. But after some attempts, everyone found that it seemed that only attacks containing natural energy could cause damage to these vines formed by the chakra of the Jubi. Natural energy itself was not a popular type of energy. Looking at the Ninja Coalition forces, only Nangongja and Jiraiya, only two people who could use Senjutsu chakra technique. To be honest, there was very little that the two of them could do to such a large area of vines. Now, the ninjas of the Ninja Allied Forces and the disciples of the Bloodcloth Pavilion are just waiting for death. Just as everyone was in despair, there was a sudden change in the battlefield. The huge purple Susanoo and the Nine Tails formed in the Kurama mode appeared directly on the battlefield. But unlike the previous Susanoo and Nine Tails, the current Susanoo's body was covered with black curse-like patterns for some reason, and the Nine Tails of body was also exuding an extremely huge aura of natural energy. It wasn't difficult to find that Susanoo's body was not only wrapped around Sasuke at the moment, but also Sasuke's teammate Yugo Libra. At this moment, Yugo's body had changed a bit. These black patterns that spread on the surface of Susanoo's body rushed out from Yugo's body. Naruto's eyes at this moment also turned into the cross-shaped pupils of a fox's vertical pupils and a toad's horizontal pupils. Obviously, he used Sage Mode and Kurama Mode at the same time. Sasuke was able to think of adding his teammate Yugo Libra into Susanoo's body because Orochimaru saw the powerful effect of natural energy on the Jubi chakra and specifically informed Yugo Libra to help Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto, on the other hand, began to try to condense Sage Mode because of everything he experienced in the illusory and realistic dream when he learned to control Nine Tails. He didn't expect that he could really use Sage Mode. Sage Fox Mode and Senjutsu Susanoo joined the battle at this moment. Under the full power of Naruto and Sasuke, they actually managed to stop the vines condensed by the Jubi chakra from spreading to a certain extent. The vines were cut off by Susanoo's long sword and Nine Tails' sharp claws. Although the Ninja Allied Forces and Blood-Robe Pavilion still suffered a lot of casualties, they still managed to save some of the ninjas and Blood-Robe Pavilion disciples. Seeing that Naruto and Sasuke actually stopped the vines formed by the Jubi chakra from spreading, Uchiha Obito's eyes flashed with a trace of excitement. In fact, the defense line protecting the remaining ninjas and Blood-Robe Pavilion disciples was very weak. As long as they defeated either Uchiha Sasuke or Uzumaki Naruto, such a fragile defense line would collapse directly. At this moment, all of the Jubi's actions were actually based on Uchiha Obito's will. Just now, in order to spread the vines quickly, Uchiha Obito didn't exert too much control over these vines. But at this moment, in order to break the defense line formed by Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto, a large number of Jubi vines were directly controlled by Uchiha Obito and rushed in the direction of Naruto and Sasuke. At the moment when Uchiha Obito took over the control, Naruto and Sasuke had already felt a huge pressure. After all, although the vines just spread very quickly, they were almost instinctively spreading. The pattern was still very easy to summarize, and it was precisely because of this that Naruto and Sasuke were able to directly form an effective defense line. At this moment, the vines were under the control of Uchiha Obito, and the way of attack also became tricky. After all, Susanoo and Fusho were still too big, and their movements were actually quite slow. When some vines directly approached Ninetales and Susanoo at a tricky angle, they immediately began to absorb chakra from Ninetales and Susanoo. After all, Naruto and Sasuke's chakra was not infinite. After losing part of their chakra, their control of Ninetales and Susanoo was also a little slow. In this way, a vicious cycle was formed, losing chakra, weakening control, easy to attack, and losing chakra again. Although Naruto and Sasuke were still barely maintaining the defense line, everyone knew that it was only a matter of time before such a line of defense was broken. Chapter 675. Naruto and Sasuke, as the maintainers of the defensive line, were naturally the first to notice the precarious existence of the defensive line. In fact, the reason why Naruto and Sasuke's defensive line was so fragile was naturally because Uchiha Obito took over the control of Jubi, allowing these vines formed by Jubi chakra to attack from extremely tricky angle. On the other hand, the Ninetales formed by Susanoo and chakra were two separate individuals. The larger the body, the easier it is to reveal various flaws. The imperfect cooperation between Susanoo and Ninetales also gave Uchiha Obito a chance to break through. We can't go on like this, otherwise, it's only a matter of time before we lose. Sasuke's eyes stared at the large number of vines attacking him, and said to Yugo Libra beside him, "Yugo, you immediately go inside Susanoo's body, and let all the ninjas and Bloodcloth Pavilion disciples compress their positions behind us as much as possible. My defensive line here is shrinking." Hearing Sasuke's order, Yugo Libra also nodded solemnly, and then directly jumped out from behind him, where Uchiha Sasuke deliberately weakened Yugo's armor. After Yugo Libra jumped out, Uchiha Sasuke also diverted his attention to check the shrinking situation of the Ninja Coalition forces and Bloodcloth Pavilion behind him. To be honest, the efficiency of the shrinking was not high. After all, these people were originally forced to such a place by the endless vines. The place where everyone can stand has actually been compressed to a limit. Even if they continue to compress the space, they can only shrink a small part of the space, which was completely different from Uchiha Sasuke's expected shrinking situation. But now is not the time for Sasuke to act at will. Now Sasuke knows very well that he can't protect everyone. He must make a choice, otherwise everyone, including himself and Naruto, will become a dry corpse and be absorbed by these vines. "Naruto, we need to defend together." When Sasuke let Yugo leave Susanoo, Susanoo lost the blessing of Curse Seal Senjutsu. In fact, Naruto already knew that Sasuke was preparing to shrink the front line. However, the consequences of shrinking the front line were also within Naruto's consideration. This would lead to the deaths of many survivors. "Sasuke, do we really have to do this?" A trace of grief flashed in Naruto's eyes. Although Naruto didn't know the people behind him, it was unacceptable for him to send them to their deaths with his own hands. Everyone's life should be cherished and not abandoned by others. After integrating everything he had experienced in his dream, Naruto's will to protect the lives of others had become stronger. "Naruto, look at the current situation. We have no other choice. What we can do now is to try our best to ensure the survival of as many people as possible, not to drag everyone into the abyss of death." Sasuke's tone was very firm, but also very cold. After all, no one knows how many people will lose their lives like this, right? Almost without waiting for Naruto's reaction, Sasuke directly controlled Susanoo and rushed towards Ninetales condensed by chakra. Obviously, Susanoo rushed towards Kyuubi in such a way, But when Susanoo collided with Kyuubi, there was no impact. Susanoo directly merged with Kyuubi's body like water and milk. Sasuke's figure also appeared in the mouth of Ninetales where Naruto was. Naruto, it's time to make a choice. Do you want to follow your heart's almost impossible to realize wish of saving everyone? Or do you want to do your best with me to protect as many people as you can? Sasuke's eyes stared at Naruto tightly. In fact, Sasuke now threw the most basic and most difficult question of choice to Naruto. From Naruto's point of view, he naturally hoped that he could save everyone. But the reality was that no matter how hard he tried, Naruto couldn't save everyone. Sure enough, you're still too kind? Seeing the confusion in Naruto's eyes, Sasuke became more determined. Sasuke hoped that Naruto could grow up, no longer an illusory person who was addicted to his own empty hope, but a person who could recognize reality. In Sasuke's view, Naruto was the most likely person to create a new era, but the current Naruto was really not mature enough. In that case, let me help you choose. Sasuke's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness, and he directly reached out and grabbed Naruto's hand in his own hand. At the moment when he grabbed Naruto's hand, the fusion between Ninetales and Susanoo also became faster. Almost instantly, Ninetales and Susanoo directly merged into one. The golden Ninetales body was covered with a layer of purple Crow Tengu armor, and Ninetales also stood up from his original beast posture, looking somewhat like an armored samurai. The power of Susanoo combined with the power of Ninetales, so that Ninetales held a shining chua in his right hand. The light of the chua was very conspicuous. At this moment, in the gloomy night, it felt like the sun shining on everyone. No one knew whether Naruto and Sasuke were jointly controlling such Megatsu Susanoo, or just Sasuke alone. Megatsu Susanoo held the chua in his hand and began to wield it very flexibly. At this moment, the chua displayed in the hands of Megatsu Susanoo was obviously born from the essence of swordsmanship, summarized by Uchiha Sasuke himself. Cutting off the vines, Megatsu at this moment looked quite invincible. But in fact, everyone could see that although Megatsu at this moment recreated a solid defense line that seemed to be completely unbreakable, it was obvious that the safety space that Naruto and Sasuke could guarantee was indeed getting smaller and smaller. No matter how strong the defense line was, it could only protect people who were getting smaller and smaller. What was the meaning of such a defense line? And all of this was only the first step of infinite Tsukuyomi. Just resisting it was already so difficult. So what way was there to stop all of this? Chapter 676. Just when Naruto gave up the control of Kyuubi and let Sasuke do whatever he wanted to protect the shinobi and the Blood Cloak Pavilion disciples behind him, Naruto began to think deeply. In fact, everyone was already very clear about the current situation on the battlefield. That is, under the powerful attack of Jubi, everyone can only temporarily avoid the sharp edge. But can blindly escape really solve everything? At this moment, the biggest threat in front of everyone may be these powerful attacks that can absorb all the life energy in a person's body and instantly turn a person into a mummy. But once these vines condense from Jubi's chakra, really condense enough chakra, then the Eye of the Moon project that Uchiha Obito mentioned more than once will really be realized. Now, what they should really do is to protect the ninjas and internal energy cultivators behind them. Protecting the people behind them, or protecting the entire ninja world? Which one is more important? Sasuke, should we really use such a passive defensive posture to face the threat from Uchiha Obito? Naruto suddenly seemed to understand something and asked Uchiha Sasuke beside him. Hearing Naruto's question, Sasuke's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. After all, although Naruto didn't say what he was going to do, it was obvious that he was going to face Uchiha Obito with some kind of attitude. Ignoring Sasuke's reaction, Naruto directly told Sasuke all his guesses. Once Jubi collects enough chakra, it will definitely follow Uchiha Obito's will to use infinite Tsukuyomi. That will not only be a crisis for the ninjas, but also a huge crisis for the entire ninja world. In this case, protecting the people behind them is actually no longer the most important thing, but to prevent the implementation of the Eye of the Moon project. Only Sasuke, who was facing Naruto at this moment, could see the change in Naruto's body. Just now, Naruto was still thinking about how to protect more people, but after such a short period of confusion, he said such calm and almost cold words. Sasuke was not familiar with Watergate, otherwise he would definitely see the mark of Watergate on Naruto's body. As Hokage, in fact, Watergate has always been subtly instilling Naruto with almost cold-blooded calculations, but Naruto has never applied this way of thinking to his own life. But now, when Naruto felt pressure from all sides, he involuntarily began to find ways to solve the problem in various ways. And the idea of the game of the superiors that Watergate had been instilling in Naruto before was also dug out from the depths of his own thoughts by Naruto, and he began to analyze everything that happened now. So, Naruto, what you mean now is that we should give up everyone behind us and let them fend for themselves, and then the two of us will attack Uchiha Obito and pull out all the Bijuu from Uchiha Obito's body. In this way, we can stop Infinite Tsukuyomi? Originally, Sasuke thought that Naruto was not mature enough, but now it seems that he was the one who was not ruthless enough. After all, it took him so long to make up his mind to give up some people behind him to protect more people, and Naruto has directly given up all the people behind him to protect everyone in the ninja world after only a short thought. At this moment, the decision of Naruto and Sasuke was not known by Uchiha Obito. At this moment, Uchiha Obito put more of his mind on Jubi in his body. Constantly feeling the accumulation of chakra in Jubi's body, Uchiha Obito has finally noticed that Jubi's chakra has accumulated to an extreme, and it only needs a short preparation to cast the real infinite Tsukuyomi. Sacred Tree, show your true form. Uchiha Obito lowered his head and murmured slightly, as if he was talking to himself, and Jubi sealed in his body. With Obito's murmur, a huge vertical flower stem appeared directly in the center of all the vines. There was a huge bud on the upright flower stem. Although Obito did not explain it, everyone already understood in their hearts that when this flower bloomed, infinite Tsukuyomi would be cast. I'm sorry, everyone. For the sake of more people, I have to give up all of you. Naruto's eyes were also full of grief, but there was more determination. The consciousness of sacrificing a few people for the sake of more people had been placed in Naruto's heart at this moment. Although Sasuke was surprised by Naruto's decision, he had to say that after hearing Naruto's analysis, Sasuke also agreed with such a crazy action. When they saw that Ninetales and Susanoo merged into one and the protection range was constantly shrinking, Nangongju and Jiraiya had already begun to rush in the direction of Naruto and Sasuke. But just as they were about to approach the other side where Naruto and Sasuke were, the Susanoo controlled by Naruto and Sasuke directly jumped in the direction of Hizi Uchiha Obito. Seeing that Naruto and Sasuke left their protection range, Nangongju and Jiraiya also quickly replaced Naruto and Sasuke's positions. Both of them summoned their large summoned beasts and familiars and directly used natural chakra to resist the invasion of the vines in front of them. Although Uchiha Obito's physical fitness has greatly improved after becoming Jubi Column Force, he is still an incomplete Jubi Column Force. It is still not enough to resist the fusion of Ninetales and Susanoo's dual power, so Uchiha Obito was directly hit to the ground by Susanoo's punches. Just when Naruto felt that it was almost time, Susanoo raised the long sword in its hand and prepared to stab Uchiha Obito's body. Chapter 677. At this moment, Uchiha Obito was completely controlled, and there was no room for him to struggle. The long sword in the hand of Susanoo pierced directly into Uchiha Obito's body. But at this moment, the long sword had turned into a nearly conceptual weapon. It was obviously such a huge weapon, but it seemed to have directly integrated into Uchiha Obito's body. At this moment, The long sword that pierced into Uchiha Obito's body suddenly turned into golden chains that constantly rushed toward the seal of the Jubi inside Uchiha Obito's body. Although this seal was powerful, it could directly seal the Jubi inside the body. But the strength inside also represented the weakness of the outside to a certain extent. The golden chains penetrated the seal almost without any hindrance. After penetrating the seal, the golden chains didn't stop their invasion. Instead, they continued to invade the body of the Jubi Gedomazo. At this moment, there were a total of 7-tailed beasts sealed inside the body of the Jubi. Perhaps because the empty space of the 9 tails and the Hachibi wasn't completely absorbed into the Gedomazo, the 7-tailed beasts still maintained their own consciousness. When they saw the golden chains extending in front of them, each tailed beast's eyes flashed with vigilance. But soon, the 7-tailed beasts perceived a very familiar aura from the golden chains. This aura seems to be the aura of that smelly fox Kurama. Among the 7-tailed beasts, Ichibi Shikaka knew the 9 tails the best. After perceiving the aura from the golden chains, Shikaku immediately said with a little surprise, "Everyone, we are trapped here anyway. If this continues, we are destined to be absorbed by the body of the Jubi Gedomazo. Instead of being a part of the Jubi's power, it's better to fight with all our might and see if Kurama can save us." Isabu was the calmest among the 7-tailed beasts present. Before being sealed, Isabu deliberately left a wisp of chakra with his in Naruto's body. Although there was no way to clearly perceive whether his wisp of chakra had reached an agreement with Kurama, Isabu could feel that his wisp of chakra was still there. Kurama had a fiery temper in the past. Since he could leave his chakra behind, and now 9 tails condensed his chakra into such a chain, then they should have reached an agreement. Therefore, Isabu began to persuade the remaining tailed beasts. It has to be said that although it was difficult for tailed beasts and humans to understand each other in the face of other tailed beasts that belonged to the same level of life as themselves, even if they didn't get along well, they could still listen to each other. Isabu looked at the tailed beasts around him and walked directly to the front of the chain without hesitation, letting the golden chain firmly bind his body. Seeing that Isabu was the first to step forward, the rest of the tailed beasts looked at each other and also walked directly to the front of the golden chain, letting the chain bind their bodies. Damn it, I didn't expect that in the end. I still need that smelly fox to bring me out of this predicament. Let me say it in advance. I won't be merciful to that smelly fox just because he saved me this time. Shikaku's almost textbook arrogant attitude also made the remaining few tailed beasts laugh. The nervousness of entrusting their lives to others also involuntarily reduced by a bit. Everyone, let's take a gamble and see if the Jubi, who is our root, can stop us from pursuing freedom. Isabu said to the remaining tailed beasts with a little bit of excitement, and the remaining tailed beasts' eyes flashed with a trace of determination. Any creature would pursue freedom, and these tailed beasts were the same. For the 7-tailed beasts, this was a gamble with their lives. Even if they really failed and died, it was much better than waiting here slowly to be absorbed by the Jubi. On the battlefield, when Naruto saw the golden long sword in the hand of Wei Zhuang Susanoo piercing Uchiha Obito's body, he immediately began to communicate with 9 tails in his body. After all, the golden long sword was mainly condensed by 9 tails chakra, so only 9 tails could clearly sense what was happening in the seal in Obito's body. Sensing that the 7-tailed beasts were directly connected by the golden chain condensed by his chakra, 9 tails' mouth flashed with a smile. After all, these tailed beasts were of the same origin as him. It wouldn't be a problem to call them brothers and sisters. These tailed beasts who were so close to him were willing to believe in him. 9 tails' heart couldn't help but feel joy that couldn't be ignored. Naruto, everything is ready. Now pull them out. There may be some obstacles, but I believe you can do it. 9 tails communicated with Naruto through his will, and Isabu on the side also sent a wisp of will to Naruto. We're begging you, you have to save us. Listening to the words of 9 tails and Sanbai, Naruto's eyes also became firm. Don't worry, I will definitely stop Uchiha Obito from carrying out his cruel plan. Naruto looked at Sasuke beside him and said to Sasuke, now it's up to us. Let's rescue the tailed beast together and make infinite Tsukuyomi fail. Sasuke looked at Naruto, nodded slightly, and also put his eyes on the golden long sword inserted in Uchiha Obito's body. At this moment, Obito finally understood what Naruto and Sasuke wanted to do. He directly poured all the chakra and six paths power in his body into Gedomazo to ensure that the seven-tailed beasts would not be pulled out. Haya! Haya! Whether it was Naruto, Sasuke, or Uchiha Obito, they were all competing with their full strength for the ownership of the seven-tailed beasts. This was a battle that was close to a tug-of-war, a battle that could determine the future of the shinobi world directly happen on the battlefield. Chapter 678. Although Obito tried his best to control the body of the Jubi, the Gedomazo in his body, to bind the Bijou in his body, to be honest, the effect was not so good. After all, Uchiha Obito and Nangong's group just fought, and he even released part of the Jubi's body to carry out the Eye of the Moon project, which made the strength of Jubi's body and the Jubi's body decrease to a certain extent. Under the full power of Naruto and Sasuke, the seven-tailed beasts sealed in the Jubi's body were finally unavoidably pulled out directly. The tailed beasts themselves were actually chakra with their own will. When the seven-tailed beasts were pulled out of Uchiha Obito's body, their bodies also quickly condensed and directly turned into substance. Ichibi Shikaku, Nibi Matatabi, Sanbai Isabu, Yambi Sun Wukong, Gobi Muwang, Rokubi Rhino, and Nambai Halcyon, a total of 7 huge figures directly appeared beside the Susanoo. When the Hachibi column force saw all the tailed beasts appear on the battlefield, he also immediately completely released Hachibi from his body. Hachibi's huge body was naturally very fast and almost directly appeared beside Naruto and Sasuke. The 9-tailed beasts were directly gathered on the battlefield. At this moment, Kurama also took control of Naruto's body and said to the other 8-tailed beasts around him, I really didn't expect that there would be a possibility for us to stand together and fight side by side. Nine-Tails' eyes swept over the other 8-tailed beasts around him, and there was a slight emotion in his eyes. Smelly Fox, I don't want to fight side by side with you. I'm just forced by the situation now. The other tailed beasts didn't speak, but Shikaku, who had a very bad relationship with Nine-Tails, spoke first. Although Shikaku's words were very bad at the moment, no one took these words to heart. The 9 Bijou were still making a ruckus. Obito, who had withdrawn from the Rakudo mode due to the loss of his Bijou, sat on the ground with empty eyes. After all, everything happened too fast. Almost in the blink of an eye, he went from a powerful existence to a living god. But now, not only was his power deprived, but the Eye of the Moon project, which had always been regarded as his life goal, now seemed to have become an illusion. At this moment, Obito has lost all hope of survival, and Uchiha Obito at the moment, because he lost the Jubi's body, he could only rely on a part of chakra in his body to maintain his life. Just as Obito was sitting on the ground with a blank look in his eyes, a black mass appeared directly next to Obito's body. Due to the weakness of his body and his mental collapse, Obito didn't notice that such an existence was approaching him at a fast speed. When the black substance came in contact with Uchiha Obito, it directly covered his whole body, and in the blink of an eye, Obito's body became invisible, and he turned into a black humanoid. This black object was none other than Black Zetsu. Just now, when Uchiha Obito sealed the Jubi in his body, Uchiha Madara was so angry, but he was stopped by someone. Even Senju Takuma, who knew Uchiha Madara best, couldn't guarantee that he could persuade Uchiha Madara. So who could persuade Uchiha Madara? Of course, it's Uchiha Madara himself. That is Black Zetsu, the spiritual body that Uchiha Madara thought he got from the Rinnegan. It was Black Zetsu who analyzed Uchiha Madara's analysis that the Jubi in Uchiha Obito's body is not complete, and it is very likely that it will directly lose all its power under the attack of the Ninja Coalition. At this moment, Uchiha Obito is a living target. Because Uchiha Madara didn't have any vigilance against Black Zetsu, he also listened to Black Zetsu's advice to temporarily avoid the sharp edge and wait for the opportunity. At this moment, Uchiha Obito's body was very weak, and his spirit was on the verge of collapse. Such a situation naturally made it easy for Black Zetsu to directly control Uchiha Obito's body. Although the current Obito was no longer invincible, he still had a certain role to play. At this moment, Uchiha Obito's body has a strong vitality and a Rinnegan, so he has fulfilled the requirements of a forbidden technique. Outer Path, Reincarnation of Heaven Technique. Black Zetsu's purpose was to resurrect his mother, and Uchiha Madara was the vessel that Black Zetsu had chosen a long time ago. Now that Uchiha Madara is in the state of Edo Tensei, it is naturally not enough. So Black Zetsu is now ready to control Uchiha Obito and then use Outer Path, Reincarnation of Heaven Technique to perfectly resurrect Uchiha Madara. Once Uchiha Madara is perfectly resurrected with his powerful strength that is very close to that of the former sage of the Six Paths, to be honest, it is simply a simple matter to directly collect these 9 disobedient tailed beasts. Slowly forming hand seals, Outer Path, Reincarnation of Heaven Technique was directly cast by Uchiha Obito. When the hand seals stopped, a large amount of vitality was directly released from Uchiha Obito's body, and the destination of this vitality was naturally Uchiha Madara's body. When a large amount of vitality directly poured into Uchiha Madara's body, the cracks on the body, simulated by Edo Tensei, slowly recovered. The black in the bottom of his eyes was gradually replaced by white, and the somewhat dull eyes also became lively, and the originally huge momentum directly rushed directly in all directions like a tide. Sure enough, I knew that things wouldn't end so simply. Feeling the aura of Uchiha Madara, Nine Tails murmured slightly. After all, Nine Tails was once forced to be enslaved by Uchiha Madara, and he is very clear about how terrifying Uchiha Madara is. Just now, Uchiha Madara left the battlefield was definitely not because he wanted to do something good. Everything was to achieve Uchiha Madara's own plan. Tailed beasts. Uchiha Madara looked at the 9-tailed beast standing in the battlefield, and the corners of his mouth slightly opened, as if he had encountered something fun, and said, "Then let's start the happy hunting time." Chapter 679. Madara-sama. Black Zetsu manipulated Uchiha Obito's body and came to Uchiha Madara's side. He knelt on the ground and saluted to Uchiha Madara. Kuroto placed his hand on Obito's left eye. Kuroto's palm gently brushed over Obito's left eye, and the Rinnegan was directly taken out without any damage. He held the Rinnegan in his hands, as if he was worshipping some kind of treasure, and put in front of Uchiha Madara. At this moment, Black Zetsu was like a strange humanoid state molded by black mud on Uchiha Obito's body, but the almost pious appearance from Black Zetsu directly eliminated the sense of dissonance caused by such a strange posture. Why did Uchiha Madara, who was suspicious and unwilling to believe in others, believe in Black Zetsu? A large part of the reason was that Black Zetsu regarded himself as a creator from the inside out. Such a posture could not be done by simple imitation. I, Black Zetsu, present the Rinnegan to Madara-sama. I wish Madara-sama can rely on the power of the Rinnegan and your own strength to become a real god in this world. Listening to Black Zetsu's words, Uchiha Madara was actually very happy in his heart. He stretched out his hand and took the Rinnegan that Black Zetsu handed to him. He put the Rinnegan on his left eye and directly pressed the whole Rinnegan into his eye socket. At this moment, Uchiha Madara was no longer in the strange posture between life and death of the Edo Tensei. At this moment, Uchiha Madara had a real body with a real breath of life. Of course, the Sharingan in Uchiha Madara's left eye was also real. Uchiha Madara's violent press directly crushed the original eyeball in his eye socket. Blood with fragments of the eyeball directly fell on Uchiha Madara's cheek. It was such a bloody scene, but when Uchiha Madara did it, it was full of an indescribable madness. A person who completely threw the pain from his body to the back of his mind, and even treated his own body and life as nothing. Such a person was a complete madman. And once this madman had the strength that everyone feared, then this person would be an invincible expert. Uchiha Madara was such a strong person. Uchiha Madara slowly removed his hand from his left eye. He didn't know, he closed his eyes gently. A pair of Rinnegan that represented the power of the Sage of the Six Paths directly appeared in Uchiha Madara's eyes. Gently turning his neck and shaking his body, Uchiha Madara's body, there was a constant crisp sound of bones hitting his body. While moving his body, Uchiha Madara's eyes slowly wandered back and forth from the nine-tailed beasts in front of him, as if looking at a stack of snacks and worrying about which one to eat first. When they saw that Uchiha Madara's eyes were Rinnegan, in fact, the hearts of the nine-tailed beasts were faintly filled with fear. After all, only people who have seen how powerful the Sage of the Six Paths is will know how difficult it is to resist the Rinnegan. Uchiha Madara gently wiped the blood on his cheek and the broken eyeball fragments. Although there was some blood left, he was too lazy to care about it. Just when Uchiha Madara was about to act, the four Kages, Xianxia, and Jiraiya, who were originally scattered around the four-tailed beasts, also came to the side of the nine-tailed beasts to fight together. Uchiha Madara directly cast his eyes on Senju Takuma in the crowd, who was also wearing red armor. Uchiha Madara didn't hide his sight. Although it was a little far away, everyone could clearly feel that Uchiha Madara was looking at Senju Takuma at this moment. Sure enough, although Uchiha Obito was defeated, the one who can really threaten the entire ninja world is still you, Madara. Senju Takuma's eyes stared at Uchiha Madara, and there was not only anger in his eyes, but also deep sadness. After all, Uchiha Madara was a close friend who once established the Wood Leaf Village with Senju Takuma. Now, watching his former close friend directly betray the entire ninja world and stubbornly want to summon the Jubi again to make himself invincible, and use the infinite Tsukuyami to drag the entire ninja world into the world of Genjutsu. Such a crazy behavior naturally filled Senju Takuma's heart with deep sadness and anger. But Senju Takuma was actually very clear. With his body simulated by the Edo Tensei, it was impossible for him to win against Uchiha Madara, who became stronger after getting his own cells. However, all his previous experiences with Uchiha Madara made him very likely to become the first target of Uchiha Madara's attack. So Senju Takuma almost instantly decided to make himself the bait to attract Uchiha Madara, so that others would have a chance to defeat Uchiha Madara directly. As Senju Takuma's younger brother, Tobirama was naturally the first to understand what his big brother's plan was. Although his big brother sometimes looked sloppy, as long as he decided something, there was no possibility of changing it. Madara, I know you want to defeat me, so come on. Senju Takuma, will stand here waiting for you. Senju Takuma took a few steps forward, walked out of the crowd, and stood in front of everyone. As the god of shinobi, his spirit was directly revealed at this moment. Sure enough, this is the spirit of a person who ended the chaos of the Shinobi World War. Seeing Senju Takuma coming out, Uchiha Madara's eyes flashed with a trace of fanaticism. Senju Takuma's plan can be said to be clear to Uchiha Madara, but now that he has the power beyond his peak, he didn't have the slightest fear of Senju Takuma standing opposite him. Since you want to fight, then I will naturally not hesitate to fight with you. Before Uchiha Madara's voice fell, his body had already moved, and his body burst out with a powerful speed, rushing directly in the direction of the strong people and the nine-tailed beasts. Chapter 680. Seeing Uchiha Madara rushing over, Senju Takuma also directly entered Sage Mode. The cinnabar-colored facial lines directly covered Senju Takuma's cheeks. His hands quickly formed a seal, and a ninjutsu was almost completed in an instant. Sage Mode, Wood Release, Wood Dragon Technique. The chakra in Senju Takuma's body surged, and the ground suddenly cracked, and a wood dragon rushed out directly from the soil. But the emergence of the wood dragon was not the end. It was just the beginning. One after another, wooden dragons rushed out of the soil and circled around in the sky. The number of wood dragons gradually accumulated to 9, and 9 wood dragons hovered around Senju Takuma. 9 dragons' chaotic rush. Under the control of Senju Takuma, the 9 wood dragons rushed directly toward Uchiha Madara. Obviously, 9 huge wood dragons rushed directly toward him, but Uchiha Madara didn't stop rushing forward at all. He opened his hands, and chakra was constantly condensed in his hands, and the powerful force in his Rinnegan surged directly. As Uchiha Madara and the 9 wood dragons continued to approach, the powerful force condensed in Uchiha Madara's hands was directly released. Shinra Tensei. A powerful repulsive force directly rushed out from Uchiha Madara's palms, and the 9 wood dragons rushed forward directly stopped. The wood dragons and the repulsive force seemed to have formed a strange balance at this moment. Uchiha Madara saw that the wood dragons and the repulsive force only maintained a balance, and his heart seemed to be a little unhappy. He increased his chakra output, and the power of Shinra Tensei was strengthened again, and the 9 wood dragons were directly bounced back. Looking at the 9 wood dragons being directly repelled, Uchiha Madara's Gedo power continued to condense in his hands, and 2 iron rods directly appeared in Uchiha Madara's hands. Fire Release, Flame Bullet. Water Release, Heaven's Tears. Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet. One by one, ninjutsu was cast by several ninjas who were good at ninjutsu. Although these ninjutsu had extraordinary power, in the face of the powerful Uchiha Madara, it was actually no different from an itch. Although these ninjutsu couldn't cause enough effect, it also made Uchiha Madara very annoyed. Eyebrows slightly wrinkled together, Uchiha Madara once again, but this time he didn't cast the Shinra Tensei, but used the power of the Path Seal. Any ninjutsu and chakra were useless in front of Jutsu Sei's power. The overwhelming ninjutsu were directly absorbed by Uchiha Madara's body, and the powerful chakra directly gathered in Uchiha Madara's body. Madara opened his mouth, and a blue chakra directly rushed out of Uchiha Madara's mouth. At this moment, Uchiha Madara didn't even cast any ninjutsu. He just directly rushed in the direction of the crowd with the purest chakra. Perhaps the chakra itself wasn't very lethal, but in such a chakra impact ray, it contained the power of the yin-yang release, and to a certain extent, it was quite similar to the Bijadama cast by the Bijadama. Uchiha Madara imitated the Bijadama's impact ray directly shot into the place where many strong people gathered. Although this impact ray looked quite simple, the dangerous aura contained in it could be clearly felt by everyone. The defensive line gathered by many strong people was directly broken. Although the 9-tailed beasts themselves were powerful, their bodies were too big, and Uchiha Madara's body was too small and flexible. In order to preserve the power in their body, the 9-tailed beasts chose to temporarily avoid the sharp edge out of practical considerations and also out of fear of the Rinnegan. Uchiha Madara must be controlled first, otherwise, no one will have a chance to attack. Immortal Method, Wood Release, Bright God Gate. Senju Takuma's hand quickly printed, and once again cast a ninjutsu to try to control Uchiha Madara. 1 horizontal and 2 vertical red logs directly formed a huge torii, and with the continuous output of Senju Takuma's chakra, more and more torii were condensed. Under the control of Senju Takuma, the red torii rushed in the direction of Uchiha Madara one after another. The first few were easily avoided by Uchiha Madara, but after dodging a few times, he didn't know whether it was because of the decrease of physical strength or the increase of the number of torii rushing toward him, but Uchiha Madara was directly suppressed under the red torii and directly controlled. because the red torii was full of wood release, chakra, and chakra. Even if Uchiha Madara has the Rinnegan, he doesn't dare to absorb this kind of chakra casually. The powerful suppression ability of the Immortal Method, wood release, Bright God Gate, directly suppressed Uchiha Madara and made it difficult for him to move. It's so smooth. Uchiha Madara knows Senju Takuma very well, and Senju Takuma also knows Uchiha Madara very well. Although Senju Takuma believes that as long as his Immortal Method, wood release, Bright God Gate can suppress Uchiha Madara, he will be able to control Uchiha Madara. But all of this is a bit too smooth, and Senju Takuma can't help but have some doubts in his heart. As a ninja, after seeing that Uchiha Madara was suppressed, Senju Takuma didn't immediately go forward to check his results or kill Uchiha Madara. Seeing that Senju Takuma didn't take the bait for a long time, Uchiha Madara's eyes flashed with a trace of dissatisfaction, and he directly stabbed the 2 iron rods in his hand into the Immortal Method, wood release, Bright God Gate. Uchiha Madara's body has cells that belong to Senju Takuma, so Uchiha Madara can naturally absorb the wood release, chakra. Uchiha Madara's eyes belong to the Rinnegan of the Sage of the 6 Paths, so it is naturally very easy for him to absorb the energy of chakra. Through the black iron rods, Uchiha Madara easily absorbed the chakra in the Immortal Method, would release, Bright God Gate. When chakra is absorbed, a ninjutsu will naturally lose its original power. The red torii directly lost its color because of chakra, and the round would also directly decayed and withered. He easily stood up, and pieces of rotten wood fell to the ground. The immortal technique would escape. Divine Light Gate had been broken. Chapter 681. Uchiha Madara broke free from the shackles of the Sage Method, would release, Bright Spirit Gate, and rush straight towards Senju Takuma with 2 black iron rods in his hands. Perhaps it was because the chakra absorbed from Senju Takuma's Sage Method, would release, Bright Spirit Gate, further activated the cells in Uchiha Madara's body that belonged to Senju Takuma. At this moment, Uchiha Madara's speed became even faster. Even with Senju Takuma's strength, he could only see a few afterimages appearing in front of him. In order to protect himself, Senju Takuma directly controlled the 9 wooden dragons that were repelled by Uchiha Madara just now. Using the advantage of the number of wooden dragons, he attacked in the direction that Uchiha Madara might go. But this time, Uchiha Madara seemed to have tasted the benefits of absorbing Senju Takuma's chakra. He directly threw out the black iron rod in his hand. Relying on his superb hidden weapon throwing skills and physical fitness, the iron rod directly hit the center of the wooden dragon's eyebrows while moving at high speed. The black iron rod was thrown out by Uchiha Madara, and the wooden dragons that were hit were almost emptied of the chakra in their bodies in the blink of an eye. They turned into pieces of rotten wood and fell directly to the ground. As a large amount of wood release, chakra entered his body through the connection between him and the black iron rod, Uchiha Madara's physical fitness was improved again. The distance between Uchiha Madara and Senju Takuma was getting closer and closer, and Uchiha Madara's speed was even faster because of the stimulation of the wood release, chakra that Senju Takuma used. At this moment, Senju Takuma also fell into an awkward situation. The most important reason why he was called the God of Shinobi was his powerful wood release ninjutsu. But from the current situation, his wood release ninjutsu was not a threat to Uchiha Madara at all. It was even a kind of nourishment to a certain extent. It was precisely because of the absorption of his wood release chakra that Uchiha Madara's physical fitness improved again and again. This made Senju Takuma not know whether he should continue to use his wood release ninjutsu to hinder the enemy, or directly retreat and let Uchiha Madara get stronger. And this phenomenon also happened to other ninjas. For ninjas with long-range attacks, such as Jiraiya and Orochimaru, all their ninjutsu would be directly absorbed by Uchiha Madara using the power of the Hungry Ghost Path of the 6 Paths, and even return it back. And for close-range attacks, they would have to bear the risk of Uchiha Madara getting close to everyone. In the face of a powerful threat like Uchiha Madara, no matter who it is inevitable that there will be some hesitation in their heart. And at this moment, everyone's hesitation also gave Uchiha Madara the opportunity to attack. Almost in the blink of an eye, Uchiha Madara's figure had already appeared behind Senju Takuma. Although Uchiha Madara's strength and his own body's burden made Senju Takuma unable to react in time. But Senju Takuma also noticed that someone was behind him and immediately wanted to turn around and fight back. But obviously, Uchiha Madara's action was faster. He directly opened his hands towards Senju Takuma's body, and the power of Gedo in his hands continued to condense. Short black iron rods were shot directly from Uchiha Madara's hands towards Senju Takuma's body like a machine gun. These black iron rods were very short, and a large part of them directly sank into Senju Takuma's body. At this moment, Senju Takuma has a body simulated by the Edo Tensei, and there is no such thing as blood, nor any so-called vital points. However, the black iron rods were condensed from the power of Gedo. After entering Senju Takuma's body, they began to constantly disturb the flow of chakra in Senju Takuma's body, making it impossible for Senju Takuma to make the slightest movement. In Senju Takuma's body, whether it was the Senjutsu chakra or Mokutan chakra, they were constantly being transmitted from Senju Takuma's body to Uchiha Madara's body. As for whether Uchiha Madara could control the Senjutsu chakra that was transmitted to his body, Uchiha Madara's body, which did not have any strange reaction after absorbing the Senjutsu Mokutan, Bright God Gate, was enough to explain all this. After directly absorbing the Mokutan chakra and Senjutsu chakra from Senju Takuma's body into his own body, Uchiha Madara suddenly grabbed the broken red plate armor on his body with his hand, and with a little force, the red plate armor was directly torn off. At the part below Uchiha Madara's left shoulder, a person's face could be clearly seen. This person was none other than Senju Takuma, who was paralyzed on the ground with chakra disturbed by the black iron rods. The face of Senju Takuma on Uchiha Madara's shoulder was so vivid that if one looked at it for a long time, one would even involuntarily have the feeling of this person will rush out at any time. And perhaps because of the absorption of the Senjutsu chakra from Senju Takuma's body, the face of Senju Takuma on Uchiha Madara's shoulder was also painted with the face lines that appeared when Senju Takuma used Sage Mode. But different from the cinnabar face lines of Senju Takuma, the face of Senju Takuma on Uchiha Madara's shoulder was dark blue at the moment. The dark blue color gave people a strange feeling of looking directly at the thick darkness in the depths of the ocean. Hashirama, you are still not as good as me. Not as good as me. Uchiha looked at Senju Takuma, who was completely unable to move and was very weak in front of him, and the corner of his mouth was slightly opened, and he roared arrogantly to the sky. Slowly turning his body, Uchiha Madara looked at the 9-tailed beasts that were scattered because of his attack just now, and slowly said, Hashirama, I help you to create the peaceful world in your mind. But the facts tell us that this way simply won't work. Now, I'll let you see how I'm going to keep the eternal peace in the shinobi world. Leave your useless peace to me, and let me remake it. All of this will start with this. With that, Uchiha Madara's figure suddenly moved, and looking at the direction of Uchiha Madara's rapid approach, it was obviously the direction of Ichibi Shikaku. Chapter 682. Obviously, compared to the huge body of the Bijou, Uchiha Madara's figure was as small as an ant, but when he saw Uchiha Madara rushing towards him, Ichibi Shikaku's heart was filled with panic. As a creature condensed by chakra, the Bijou's perception of chakra is naturally very clear. Just now, Uchiha Madara defeated Senju Takuma. Not to mention other things, the amount of chakra in his body has already exceeded the amount of chakra in the body of a Bijou, but such an existence was still defeated so easily. If it was him, how many rounds can he go against Uchiha Madara? Mobilizing the Mokutan chakra and Senjutsu chakra in his body, Uchiha Madara's hands also began to form hand seals. Senjutsu Mokutan, Bright God Gate. Ninjutsu was quickly cast from the hands of Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara didn't use the fire-release ninjutsu that he has always been good at. Instead, with the help of the large amount of senjutsu that he absorbed from Senju Takuma's body, Chakra directly used Mokuton Ninjutsu. After all, Mokuton Ninjutsu is simply the nemesis of Bijou, and it has a unique advantage in suppressing chakra against large enemies. 5 torii made of red logs directly appeared in the sky above Ichibi Shikaku. At this moment, Uchiha Madara was still a certain distance away from Ichibi Shikaku. Ichibi Shikaku originally thought that Uchiha Madara would have close combat with him, but he didn't expect Uchiha Madara to directly cast such a ninjutsu. Caught off guard, Ichibi Shikaku was directly pressed under the 5 huge torii. As if to ensure that Ichibi Shikaku couldn't escape from his shackles, Uchiha Madara also used the power of Rinnegan in his eyes and directly summoned the Geto chain released by the Geto Mazo when it absorbed the Bijou. Together with Senjutsu, would release Bright God Gate, it directly bound Ichibi Shikaku. After dealing with Ichibi Shikaku, Uchiha Madara directly turned his eyes to the other Bijou. After seeing that Ichibi Shikaku was directly controlled, these Bijou also reacted. Although they were forced back by Uchiha Madara's chakra attack, but at this moment, they no longer worried about preserving their strength, and directly turned their various powers into ninjutsu, and directly cast them in the direction of Uchiha Madara. Nibi Nakomida's Blue-Black Flame, Sanbai Isabu's Water Release, Yanbi Sun Wukong's Lava Release, Gobi Mu Wang's Boiling Release, Six-Tailed Rhino's Acid Release, and Seven-Tailed Halcyon's Phosphorus Powder rushed in the direction of Uchiha Madara. But at this moment, Uchiha Madara obviously has more powerful strength. Activating the power of Rinnegan, Uchiha Madara directly used the suction seal of the Hungry Ghost Path to directly convert the various achievements of the 6 Bijou into the purest chakra and stored it in his body, and then released the special ability of his Rinnegan. Tomb of Samsara, Border Prison. The clone summoned by Tomb of Samsara, Border Prison, has the same power as Uchiha Madara, and each shadow is hidden in a different space. Even the Bijou has no way to cause substantial damage to these shadows. The powerful shadow directly attacked the 6 Bijou under the command of Uchiha Madara. Almost in an instant, the 6 Bijou were directly squeezed to the ground by Uchiha Madara. Before they could fully exert their strength, they were directly suppressed by Uchiha Madara's immortal method. Would release Bright Spirit Gate combined with the chains of the Geto Mazo. Seeing that he has controlled 7 Bijou, Uchiha Madara directly began to make hand seals with his hands without thinking. Through the power of his Rinnegan, he got in touch with the body of the Jubi inside Uchiha Bito. In an instant, Uchiha Madara pressed his hands on the ground. Summoning technique, Geto Mazo. Sensing the call of Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan, the Geto Mazo was directly pulled out of Uchiha Bito's body and slowly emerged from under Madara's feet. Because of the loss of all the Bijou, the Geto Mazo at this moment has returned to its most primitive state. Uchiha Madara stood on the shoulder of the Geto Mazo, controlling the Geto Mazo to directly reabsorb the 7 Bijou that he has subdued into his body. At this moment, the battlefield seems to have returned to the time when they faced Uchiha Bito in the 6 Paths mode. However, because Orochimaru and Tsunade went somewhere, and Senju Takuma was directly defeated by Uchiha Madara, the strength of the ninja allied forces has hardly increased. Looking at Uchiha Madara's posture at this moment, it is obvious that he is going to summon the Jubi again. Uchiha Madara, who has not become the Jubi column force, is already so difficult to deal with. Once Uchiha Madara really becomes the Jubi column force and obtains the power of the 6 Paths, coupled with Madara's original strength and a pair of complete Rinnegan, no one really knows how to fight against Uchiha Madara. While many ninjas were still hesitating, the Hachibi, as the only remaining Bijou, looked at the Kyubi with his eyes. At this moment, it is a moment of life and death for the Bijou. They must not sit still and wait for death. Kurama, no matter what, we are absolutely waiting for death now. The Hachibi's slightly rough voice sounded in the ears of the Ninetales. Although the Hachibi didn't say it explicitly, the Ninetales was very clear about the meaning of the Hachibi. Since ordinary attacks are useless, now the Hachibi and the Ninetales can only try the Bijidama. Naruto, thank you for your help. Naruto and the Ninetales are telepathically connected. Although the Ninetales didn't say anything, Naruto still understood the meaning of the Ninetales. A large number of chakra condensed in front of the Ninetales' mouth, and a huge chakra sphere formed directly in the mouth of the Ninetales. At this moment, the Ninetales hasn't released the fusion between him and the Susanoo. Standing in the mouth of the Ninetales, Sasuke and Naruto stretched out their palms at the same time, as if to add more power to the Bijidama that the Ninetales was casting. Chapter 683. The Bijidama itself is actually a simple black sphere. It's a powerful and unique attack method of the Bijidama, using a certain proportion of yin-yang chakra. When Naruto and Sasuke opened their hands and faced the Bijidama, the power of both of them was also added to the Bijidama. The golden chakra flame with a bit of green light first covered the Bijidama. Then Naruto mixed the Ninetales chakra and Senjutsu chakra to a certain extent, and then released it towards the Bijidama. The Bijidama, which was originally just a static black sphere, began to rotate at a high speed after Naruto injected chakra. With the continuous rotation, the shape of the Bijidama also began to slowly change. The golden chakra flame and Senjutsu chakra on the Bijidama slowly turned into a shape similar to the Raisin Shuriken Jutsu that Naruto once used. At this moment, only a thin layer of golden chakra flame was left on the main body of the Bijidama, and more chakra flame directly turned into the blades around the shuriken. Just by looking at it, one can already feel the huge power contained in it. After the infusion of Naruto's chakra, Sasuke also used his Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan's Dojutsu Amaterasu and Katan Kagetsuchi at the same time. The black flame directly burned on the Bijidama and turned into the sharpest blade of the entire Bijidama shuriken. Seeing that Ninetales actually directly cast such a powerful ninjutsu under the joint blessing of Naruto and Sasuke, Hachibi also directly released the Bijidama that he had been brewing for a long time. Hachibi directly swallowed the black chakra ball into his abdomen, and after his body slightly bulged, a huge chakra array directly rushed out of Hachibi's mouth. After all, the Hachibi chakra is second only to the Kyuubi among the nine-tailed beasts, and the Bijidama displayed by him is naturally very powerful and has a very wide coverage range. Just one attack from him can cover almost half of the entire battlefield. Uchiha Madara himself has half of the ability of Chakra's seal of the Hungry Ghost Path. Even in the face of Hachibi's powerful Bijidama, Uchiha Madara directly rushed towards the huge energy beam formed by Bijidama. The seal of the seal ability was immediately cast. Although the attack power is extremely strong and the coverage is large, in the face of all the abilities of Chakra, even Bijidama can't cause too much damage. However, the Bijidama cast by Hachibi greatly hindered Uchiha Madara's vision. The shadow that was summoned by Uchiha Madara just now also returned to Uchiha Madara's body because of the time limit, and it will take some time to cast it again. Now, Naruto and Sasuke looked at each other, and the chakra in their hands surged more powerful, directly pushing out the Bijidama that was brewed in front of Ninetales' mouth. After being blessed by Senjutsu Chakra and Amaterasu, it was directly pushed out. Scorch Release, Bijidama, Light Wheel Blast, Dark Arrow Zero style. The awkward name directly came out of Naruto's mouth. It was a unique ninjutsu in itself, but for some reason, Naruto directly said such an awkward name. Sasuke naturally didn't care about such details. Since Naruto was willing to name such a ninjutsu that he used together with himself, Sasuke naturally didn't have too many thoughts to refute. At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke's mind was more focused on the Baijidama, Futon, Raisin Shuriken, Senjutsu Chakra, Keton, Earth's Life, and Amaterasu's Flame. When he was young, Sasuke was very good at using shuriken, kunai, and other hidden weapons. At this moment, the task of releasing the Scorch Release, Baijidama, Light Wheel Blast, Dark Arrow Zero style, naturally fell on Sasuke. Sasuke relied on the Amaterasu Flame attached to the Light Will Blast Pitch Black Zero arrow to control it with his Dojutsu Katana, Kagutsuchi. The Light Wheel Blast Pitch Black Zero arrow that was originally rampaging became strange. There were even several afterimages in the air that were hard to distinguish between real and fake. Hachibi's Baijidama was finally blocked by Uchiha Madara, but the Light Wheel Blast, Dark Arrow Zero style, which was jointly cast by Naruto and Sasuke, was very close to Uchiha Madara's body. At this moment, even if Uchiha Madara wanted to dodge, there was no possibility of Uchiha Madara's profession. However, there was a certain difference between the Senjutsu Chakra attached to the Light Wheel Blast and the Senjutsu Chakra that Uchiha Madara absorbed from Senju Takuma's body. If it wasn't for the fact that his body had Senju Takuma's cells, Uchiha Madara wouldn't dare to directly use the Seal Jutsu Seal to absorb it directly. As for using the Jubi's body, Geto Mazo, to block it, forget it. In Uchiha Madara's heart, the Geto Mazo was far more important than his own body. After all, the Geto Mazo was an important tool that allowed him to possess the power of the sage. Senjutsu Chakra would cause great damage to it, so Uchiha Madara didn't want to let the Geto Mazo take it head-on. With a flash of determination in his eyes, Uchiha Madara concentrated all the Seal Jutsu Seal ability on his left arm and directly blocked in front of his body. With his Rinnegan, Uchiha Madara could still determine the landing point of the Light Wheel Blast. He directly blocked the ninjutsu that was attacking him with his left arm, trying to resist the joint attack of Naruto and Sasuke in this way. Obviously, Uchiha Madara relied on his experience and the power of Rinnegan to accurately determine the landing point of the attack. After blocking several shadows, the Light Wheel Blast directly fell on Uchiha Madara's body. Chakra, Senjutsu Chakra, and Amaterasu flames erupted at the same time, and Uchiha Madara's body was directly covered in dazzling light. After a moment, a figure was directly blown out of the dazzling light. Uchiha Madara was directly blown away by the joint attack of Naruto and Sasuke. Chapter 684. When the strong light faded, the place where Uchiha Madara was standing was scorched black. If one looked carefully, it was not difficult to find that the scorched place was even slightly sunken by a few inches, and some places were even burning with black Amaterasu flames. Uchiha Madara, who was knocked away, stood up at this moment. Uchiha Madara's left arm, which was used to resist the attack, was directly cut off at the root, and the broken part was also burning with black Amaterasu flames. Uchiha Madara opened his right hand, and the yin-yang release was directly displayed by Uchiha Madara in a strange way. Just a gentle touch on the wound, and the black Amaterasu flames on Uchiha Madara's wound directly disappeared without a trace. After Black Zetsu gave the Rinnegan to Uchiha Madara, he directly merged into the soil and disappeared without a trace. At this moment, after Uchiha Madara was seriously injured, Black Zetsu's figure once again appeared beside Madara. Black Zetsu's body covered the right half of Uchiha Madara's body, and his hand turned into a hand knife, directly cutting off the left arm of Uchiha Madara directly. Black Zetsu handed the arm directly to Uchiha Madara and said to Uchiha Madara, "Madara-sama, please use this arm to make up for it." Uchiha Madara's body was greatly injured in the past, and more than half of his body and organs were filled with white Zetsu clones. Uchiha Madara's body had a large number of Senju Takuma cells, and it was not difficult to use a part of Senju Takuma clones to fill his body. Black Zetsu subtly injected a part of his body into his arm and raised it a little higher, directly in front of Madara's face. Uchiha Madara was very clear that the process of collecting the Hachibi and Nine Tails will be more difficult. If his body is broken, then there will be a great drop in combat power. It is not impossible to use white Zetsu clones to fill his body. Uchiha Madara directly received the arm directly on his wound. White Zetsu clones and Senju Takuma cells have the same root. At the moment of contact, pink granulation directly surged from the wound, and almost in an instant, the left arm of Uchiha Madara was directly connected to Uchiha Madara's body. Except for a slight difference in the skin color, there was not even a trace of a wound. Uchiha-sama, I will take my leave for the time being. After Black Zetsu blessed Uchiha Madara, he directly disappeared from everyone's sight. Seeing that Uchiha Madara directly healed all his wounds in such a way, everyone who stood opposite to Uchiha Madara was full of vigilance at this moment. It seems that if I want to collect the tailed beasts, I have to eliminate all these little bugs first, otherwise there will be a lot of trouble. Uchiha Madara looked at everyone present, and finally decided to attack everyone except Column Force. 6 pads, Jubi Seal. As if seeing the Geto Mazo, Uchiha Madara directly used a powerful sealing technique to absorb the Jubi into his body, reducing the possibility of the Geto Mazo being directly attacked. Unlike Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Madara used such a powerful sealing technique very quickly, as if he picked up an object and put it in his pocket, directly sealing the Geto Mazo in his body. Although sealing such an incomplete Geto Mazo in his body can't bring him the power of the sage, but also provides Uchiha Madara with a lot of chakra. Wheel Grave, Border Prison. Uchiha Madara's unique Rinnegan Dojutsu was used again, and 4 undetectable Kage appeared on the battlefield again, and several Kage quickly found their targets: Tobirama, Yuan Fei, Uchiha Sasuke, and Nangongjia. In fact, Uchiha Madara chose these people after some consideration. Tobirama, as the younger brother of Senju Takuma, although he didn't have the legendary Mokuton, his own achievements in water ninjutsu could be called the water god in the ninja world. Yuan Fei Hiruzen himself has the name Ninjutsu Professor. He has 5 kinds of chakra, and he is proficient in the nature and shape transformation of these 5 kinds of chakra. The power of a combination of ninjutsu is not inferior to any Kekkei Genkai, and it even exceeds it. Uchiha Sasuke himself is a member of the Uchiha clan, and his eyes have evolved to the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, which is only 1 step away from the Rinnegan. In the fight against his Rinnegan, such a person with such a high-level dojutsu is naturally a great threat. As for Nangongjia, to be honest, Nangongjia is the only one among these people who he can't see through. After all, cultivators who use internal force have actually reached the end of the road during the period of Uchiha Madara's active period. In Uchiha Madara's impression, these people who practice internal force are just some special ninjas who use different kinds of energy to fight. But after fighting with Nangongjia used sword chi and natural chakra, which Uchiha Madara has never seen before. This made Uchiha Madara's heart involuntarily look at Nangongjia. As for the remaining Jiraiya and Gaara, to be honest, these 2 people are no different from trash in the eyes of Uchiha Madara. It's just a matter of time for him to deal with them. The Kage summoned by Lewin Tomb, Border Prison, is obviously extremely powerful. Although Tobirama and Yuan Fei Hiruzen know that Uchiha Madara has such an undetectable attack, they don't have any particularly effective defense. And Uchiha Madara's own attack makes the general defense useless under such an attack. So Tobirama and Yuan Fei Hiruzen were directly hit by many Black Iron Rods. The Black Iron Rod's special ability to block chakra was also instantly activated. If there is no accident, Tobirama and Yuan Fei Hiruzen will directly withdraw from the battle. Chapter 685. Compared to Uchiha Madara, Nangongjia, and Uchiha Sasuke, Senju Tobirama and Yuan Fei Hiruzen were obviously much better. After casting Light Will Blast with Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke left Nine-Tails' mouth. However, because Uchiha Sasuke directly poured a lot of his dojutsu into Susanoo before leaving, Nine-Tails' body still maintained Susanoo's armor. Sasuke himself has Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Although it's still a bit inferior to Rinnegan, it's still at the pinnacle of dojutsu. With the dynamic vision of Sharingan, combined with his keen observation after practicing swordsmanship, Uchiha Sasuke still observed the movements of the Kage summoned by Luin Tomb border prison from some clues. Needless to say, Nangongja has reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship. When he was in Blood Cloak Pavilion, Nangongja once used Sword Domain, an ability that was close to a divine skill. Sword Domain itself is a skill to suppress the enemy's ability and improve one's own attack ability. In the beginning, whether it was against Uchiha Madara or Uchiha Obito, in fact, Nangongja used this skill. However, he didn't know why such a skill had little effect on these two enemies. So in order to preserve his strength, Nangongja shrank his sword domain to a range of 1 meter around his body. When Uchiha Madara used Luin Tomb border prison to summon Kage to attack Nangongja and Uchiha Sasuke and Nangongja almost simultaneously unsheathed their long swords to deal with it. Before the battle with Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Sasuke's silver longsword was directly cut off by Uchiha Obito's Tenma Spear, so Uchiha Sasuke could only condense his lightning attribute chakra to a certain extent to cast Raitun Chidori transformation, Raitun Chidori sharp spear to complete the missing part of the silver longsword. Nangongja also directly attached his sword chi and internal strength to his sword of calamity. The blue light and the black sword of calamity complemented each other, full of a sense of deterrence and mystery. Although Uchiha Sasuke and Nangongja's movements were not so consistent, but when they waved their long swords in their hands, they were also full of confidence and elegance. Between the flashes of sword chi, several black iron rods that were thrown towards Nangongja and Uchiha Sasuke were directly shot down by the two of them. Although the black iron rods were shot down, Uchiha Sasuke and Nangongja didn't relax at all. They were still full of vigilance and observed their surroundings. Suddenly, Nangongja directly slashed the sword of calamity in his hand, and a sword chi rushed out directly from the sword of calamity. The half-moon-shaped sword chi didn't attack other targets, but rushed toward the place not far from Sasuke. After slashing this sword chi, Nangongja didn't stop at all. He waved his long sword towards another place and slashed out another sword chi. Although the two attacks seemed to have a sequence, in fact, Nangongja's attack only happened in a very short time. Nangongja's two sword chi directly hit the two Kages that were attacking Uchiha Sasuke and Nangongja. The Kages were not injured at all when they were not attacking, but at this moment, the two Kages were in a state of attack. Naturally, they were injured by Nangongja's attack. At the moment of being injured, all the Kages cast by Uchiha Madara also returned to Uchiha Madara's body in an instant. The damage suffered by the Kages was also reflected on Uchiha Madara's body. Deep wounds appeared on Uchiha Madara's left leg and right arm, but Uchiha Madara began to recover quickly under the influence of Senju Takuma's cells. These two people are really difficult to deal with as I thought. Looking at the figures of Uchiha Sasuke and Nangongja, Uchiha Madara's eyes became more and more serious. In fact, if Yuan Fei Hiruzen and Senju Tobarama could be completely resurrected, their performance would not be inferior to Uchiha Sasuke and Nangongja. But after all, both of their bodies were simulated by Edo Tensei Jutsu, so their control was naturally inferior. "Sasuke, let's go together," Nangongja shouted at Sasuke, and the sword chi and internal strength in his body also surged quickly. After all, Nangongja didn't use chakra, and the seal technique brought by Gakido and Rinnegan was useless against Nangongja. When Sasuke heard Nangongja's voice, he immediately took action. He waved the silver sword in his hand, and the Raitun Chidori sharp spear, which was originally used to make up for the missing blade, scattered directly like scattered petals at this moment, and turned into a small thing that looked like 1,000 books and shot in the direction of Uchiha Madara. Lightning evasion, 1,000 birds and 1,000 books. In the face of Uchiha Madara's seal, Sasuke knew very well that even if he improved his ninjutsu power, there was no way to cause enough damage to Uchiha Madara. So when Uchiha Sasuke used Chidori, he didn't pursue attack power. Instead, he pursued attack density. At this moment, the Chidori was quite overwhelming, and they were attacking Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara looked at Uchiha Sasuke's Chidori and naturally understood that Uchiha Sasuke wanted to cover his line of sight in this way, and then let Nangongja carry out a real lethal attack on him. Uchiha Madara was hit in the same way before. Naturally, he won't fall in the same place twice. Uchiha Madara opened his hands, and the power of Rinnegan gathered in his palms. After a moment, Uchiha Madara displayed the power of Tendo, Shinra Tensei. Uchiha Sasuke's Chidori naturally couldn't stop the powerful repulsion, and they were directly bounced off one by one. All the attacks in front of Uchiha Madara were directly cleared under one blow, but a sense of crisis still rushed out from Uchiha Madara's heart. Chapter 686. Before Sasuke covered Uchiha Madara's line of sight, Nangongja, who seemed to have been staying in the same place, no one knew where he was at the moment, and the place where he was standing was empty. Uchiha Madara sensed a very obvious threat behind him and immediately turned around. Uchiha Madara saw Nangongja standing behind him with the sword in his hand. Nangongja waved the sword in his hand, and the sword energy directly shot out from the long sword in his hand, rushing in the direction of Uchiha Madara. The sword energy itself was translucent, and under the high-speed movement in Nangongja's control, it became difficult to predict its whereabouts. Uchiha Madara opened his hands again, trying to use Shinra Tensei to shoot down the sword energy that was attacking him, and a strong repulsive force broke out from his open hands. But in the face of the strong repulsive force, the sword energy released by Nangongja directly burst out with an extremely sharp breath. The sword energy directly cut through the powerful repulsive force, and the speed of the sword energy was almost unnoticeable as it attacked Uchiha Madara. But after all, the traces of the sword energy became very obvious when it cut through the repulsive force. Uchiha Madara quickly condensed two black iron rods in his hands and directly dispersed the sword energy that was attacking him. Sure enough, I'm still a little bit weaker. Nangongja's strength was reflected in the combination of his taijutsu and sword energy attack, but because he wanted to attack from behind, he could only use sword energy to attack from a long distance, which led to the decline of Nangongja's attack power. After all, sword energy was still an illusory existence, and after being directly attacked by Uchiha Madara, it became fragile. Uchiha Madara also had a little lingering fear at this moment. After all, Uchiha Madara got a lot of wood release chakra and senjutsu chakra from Senju Takuma. Uchiha Madara didn't think that these people standing opposite him could really threaten him. However, whether it was the combination of ninjutsu used by Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto, or Nangongja's sword energy attack that he couldn't absorb, Uchiha Madara had to adjust his mentality again and began to face these juniors with a more serious attitude. Uchiha Madara's eyes drifted from Ninetales and Hachibi and finally decided to choose a more conservative way. Let Jubi resurrect completely first and then deal with these juniors. Would release, would clone jutsu. Uchiha Madara quickly printed a seal, and a would release ninjutsu was directly cast by Uchiha Madara. After distributing chakra to the four clones, Uchiha Madara directly let the four clones rush directly to Nangongja's side and entangle Nangongja. Speeding up his movement speed, Uchiha Madara began to rush directly in the direction of Naruto and Killer Bee. But only a small distance forward, a figure directly blocked in front of Uchiha Madara. Taking a closer look, the person standing in front of him was his clansman, Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Madara looked at the junior of his clan who had eternal Manjikyu Sharingan and said coldly, "You shouldn't have blocked my way. You should know in your heart that you can't stop me alone." Hearing Uchiha Madara's contemptuous words, Uchiha Sasuke's face was still cold. At this moment, Sasuke's heart was really without a trace of fear. Even if the person he was facing now may be the strongest person in the ninja world today. Sasuke directly held the broken sword in his hand tighter, and then rushed directly towards Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara has the ability to seal, so all the attacks with chakra can't be used. Uchiha Sasuke also decided to directly rely on his taijutsu to fight against Uchiha Madara. Although Uchiha Sasuke's kenjutsu is very exquisite, and it can even be said that it has a feeling of opening a new school, Sasuke's enemy Uchiha Madara has a powerful strength that can directly ignore all skills. No matter how you change, I will break it with my own strength. Looking at Uchiha Sasuke's exquisite footwork and mysterious sword moves, Uchiha Madara just casually clenched his hand into a fist and directly rushed towards Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke can't use chakra to deal with Uchiha Madara, but Uchiha Madara can fully use his chakra. Senjutsu chakra was directly released by Uchiha Madara from his body, using a method similar to Senjutsu, Frog Gauntlet. Uchiha Madara's simple punch directly turned into a medium long-range attack. Uchiha Sasuke has not yet approached Uchiha Madara's body, and he was directly attacked by Uchiha Madara. The powerful force directly acted on Uchiha Sasuke's body, and part of Senjutsu chakra also directly invaded Uchiha Sasuke's body, making Uchiha Sasuke directly fall to the ground and unable to move. Uchiha Madara looked at Sasuke, who was directly knocked to the ground by himself, without the slightest ripple in his eyes, as if defeating an enemy like Uchiha Sasuke was nothing to be happy about for Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara slowly walked to Uchiha Sasuke's side and took Sasuke's broken sword directly in his hand. Without even aiming, he directly stabbed the sword into Sasuke's abdomen. A lot of blood directly gushed out from Uchiha Sasuke's abdomen, dyeing a large area of land red. Nangonja was now entangled by Uchiha Madara's 4-wood clone jutsu, and there was no way to directly rescue Uchiha Sasuke. He could only watch with his eyes wide open as Uchiha Sasuke's blood kept flowing. After stabbing this sword, Uchiha Madara didn't care whether Uchiha Sasuke died immediately or not. Instead, he once again increased his speed and rushed towards the place where Naruto and Killer Bee were. Sasuke was lying on the ground. Scarlet blood stained the white robe worn by Uchiha Sasuke. The scarlet and white set off each other, as if remembering the slow passing of life. But just as Sasuke fell to the ground, the soil suddenly cracked, and a huge python with only the thickness of a person's waist rushed out directly from the ground, then quickly swallowed Sasuke in its abdomen, and then escaped directly into the ground. Orochimaru, watching Sasuke being swallowed by a big snake, Nangonja's heart couldn't help but feel a little relieved. After all, Uchiha Sasuke could be said to be the strongest combat power in Blood Cloak Pavilion except for himself, and his relationship with him was also very good. He didn't want Sasuke to lose his life so easily. Chapter 687. Uchiha Madara's Wood Release. Wood Clone Jutsu is different from the Wood Leaf Ninja Village's Shadow Clone Jutsu. The Wood Clone Jutsu, created by Wood Clone Jutsu, can withstand more damage than the Shadow Clone Jutsu, and it's not a simple consumable. With Uchiha Madara's complete combat experience and body that can withstand certain attacks, the 4-Wood Clone Jutsu directly restrained Nangonja in the same place, and there was no way for him to rescue Naruto and Killer Bee. Uchiha Madara naturally noticed that Uchiha Sasuke, who was just defeated by him, was rescued. However, although it was just a casual blow, he still directly instilled a lot of Rinnegan's Geto power and Senjutsu chakra into Uchiha Sasuke's body. For people who can't suppress Senjutsu chakra is the most powerful poison, and Geto power will also block the meridians of people without Rinnegan or higher level. Although it's similar to Nagato's method of blocking and destroying Jiraiya's meridians, this pair of Rinnegan belongs to Uchiha Madara. Naturally, it can exert its greatest power in the hands of Uchiha Madara. After absorbing Senju Takuma's Senjutsu chakra and would release. Chakra. Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan has also improved to a certain extent. This time, the Gedo power injected into Uchiha Sasuke's body is much more powerful than the Gedo power that was originally blocked in Jiraiya's body. Even if Orochimaru can really find a way to solve it, it won't be so easy. Uchiha Madara used his far superior speed to rush in the direction of Naruto and Killer Bee. But halfway through, someone stopped in front of him. "All of you bugs, can't you just do your job as a bug and wait for death to come? Jumping around in front of me is really noisy." The person standing in front of Uchiha Madara is none other than one of the Wood Leaf Sannin, Toadsay Jiraiya. Uchiha Madara used almost no special skills and was too lazy to communicate with Jiraiya. He directly condensed a large number of Senjutsu chakra on his fist in the same way he just defeated Sasuke, and waved it forward. A huge fist print directly appeared in the air. The distorted air also outlined the shape of the fist print. The fist print was huge, 8 or 9 meters in size, and there was a powerful pressure that couldn't be ignored. Although Jiraiya was in sage mode at the moment, in the face of such an attack, his body couldn't facing such an attack. Even Madara's body couldn't facing such an attack. For such a person who wasn't a threat in his expectation, Uchiha Madara didn't even have the intention to kill him. The chakra in Jiraiya's body was still quite strong, so it's better to leave him alive and feed him to Jubi. Senjutsu, Wind Release, Ninefold Super Rasen Shuriken Technique. Uchiha Madara didn't intend to kill Jiraiya, but after all, Jiraiya just fell between Uchiha Madara and Naruto. Seeing Uchiha Madara walking over step by step, Naruto was naturally very worried that Uchiha Madara would kill Jiraiya. Naruto has been watching Jiraiya's fall these days, but Naruto was helpless like Watergate. When Naruto saw that Jiraiya regained his previous glory and came to the battlefield to participate in the battle, Naruto was very happy. However, the changes in the battlefield were far beyond Naruto's own expectations. Powerful enemies appeared one after another, and the battlefield became more and more dangerous. Even Jiraiya, who had the strength of a Kage, could lose his life at any time. With the relationship between Naruto and Jiraiya, Naruto could only not let Jiraiya lose his life. So Naruto directly controlled the Nine Tails to use Senjutsu Chakra and Nine Tails Chakra to condense 9 huge Rasen Shuriken. Naruto mixed Senjutsu Chakra in it to attract Uchiha Madara's attention and let Uchiha Madara understand that he can also threaten him. Although Naruto's attack seemed to be a bit unwise, it was also because Naruto wanted to save Jiraiya's life. It could be regarded as a sincere heart. Looking at his prey, Nine Tails Column Force, Naruto dared to attack him first. This made Uchiha Madara a little excited, but also a little angry. It was just a prey, but now he dared to directly resist him and may even cause harm to him. This feeling was like a hunter who caught a rabbit and held the rabbit in his hand, but the rabbit was restless and bit the hunter fiercely. This behavior really made Uchiha Madara's heart very angry. Looking at the 9 Rasen Shuriken projected towards him, Uchiha Madara directly stepped on the ground and directly jumped high. The power of Outer Tao condensed in his hands, and 2 black iron rods were held in Uchiha Madara's hands. Looking at the 9 Rasen Shuriken flying towards him, Uchiha Madara, who had Rinnegan, naturally quickly judged the flight trajectory of the 9 Rasen Shuriken. His body directly twisted in the air, and with a shake of his wrist, a huge force was directly transmitted from his arm to the black iron rods. The force was not so rough, but very clever. The place where the iron rods touched was the power node of the entire Rasen Shuriken. The power of Outer Tao in the black iron rods was the nemesis of chakra to a certain extent. The 2 black iron rods directly attacked the power node of the Rasen Shuriken, directly making the 2 Rasen Shuriken dissipate in the air. After the 2 huge Rasen Shuriken were destroyed, the next few Rasen Shuriken also quickly approached the place where Uchiha Madara was. There was no doubt about the power of the Rasen Shuriken, but in the face of it, Uchiha Madara didn't seem to be nervous at all. Instead, as if he was playing a game, he directly kicked the Rasen shuriken away, or directly twisted his body to dodge, or directly used the black iron rods to directly break the Rasen shuriken. At this moment, Uchiha Madara was quite unstoppable. Chapter 688. Staring at Uchiha Madara, who was getting closer and closer to them, Naruto and Ninetales were also full of pressure. Not only Ninetales and Naruto, but Hachibi was also staring at Uchiha Madara with his huge eyes. After all, Uchiha Madara's current purpose was to capture him and Ninetales directly and put them back into the Gedomazo. Just before, when Naruto and Sasuke worked together to rescue the 7 Bijou sealed in the Gedomazo, the Bijou were also constantly communicating with each other in a subtle way. From the mouth of the Bijou who was captured once, Ninetales and Hachibi have also learned that the Gedomazo does have the ability to directly erase the Bijou's will and reassemble the Bijou to form the source of the Bijou, the Jubi sacred tree. So at this moment, Ninetales and Hachibi have decided that even if they do everything, they must not be sealed in the Gedomazo. Naruto boy, although I'm sorry, there is one thing I want you to promise me. The seal between you and me is very strong, and it almost makes our lives intertwined. In the case of the seal, if you die, I will die with you. So if we really can't stop Uchiha Madara, how about you die with me? For the first time, Kurama began to talk to Naruto in a negotiating tone. Bijou is actually an immortal existence to a certain extent. Even if they accidentally die after a certain period of time, they can still be resurrected with the help of the endless chakra in the shinobi world. Therefore, the so-called die together mentioned by Ninetales may only be Naruto, and this method is actually not suitable for Killer Bee and Hachibi. After all, the seal used by Cloud Village to seal Hachibi is still somewhat inferior to the seal used by Uzumaki clan and would leave Shinobi Village to seal Hachibi in AI Naruto's body. Such a method can only be used by Naruto and Ninetales. Kurama, since you've already said so much, what else can I say? Originally, as column force, once you're taken out of my body, I will die. If everything is really not up to par, then it's just a matter of time before I die. If my death can really make Uchiha Madara's plan to threaten the entire shinobi world fail, I will not hesitate to die. After all, Naruto said, and his eyes began to look around at the broken things around him. The traces left behind by various ninjutsu, the dead ninjas and the disciples of the Blood Cloak Pavilion, the people who had all their chakras sucked out and turned into dry corpses, and the disciples of the Blood Cloak Pavilion and the shinobi world who were forced to survive in a corner. Naruto's eyes were full of grief. After all, this shinobi world has suffered too much. If my death can end everything, then I will die. Hearing Naruto's words, Ninetales' mouth also opened. It seems that he is thinking too much. Although Naruto's mentality has changed a lot in this war, Naruto is still Naruto after all. Naruto is the same as his father, a person who is more selfish than public. Well, we don't need to be so pessimistic now. Everything is not the end. We still have hope of winning. After all, in the previous several confrontations, it has been completely clear that chakra can cause damage to Uchiha Madara. Although I don't know where you learned the application of chakra and entered Sage Mode, but now is not the time to care about such details. Naruto boy, now let's fight to our heart's content. Ninetales' words also rushed into Naruto's mind, and for Ninetales' words, Naruto's heart was also surging with blood. Although he was prepared to die, Naruto also didn't want to directly kill himself without the slightest resistance. When he could face death directly, just a little pressure from Uchiha Madara's body made Naruto have no scruples. Ninetales' body condensed with golden chakra flames dissipated in an instant. After all, in the face of a powerhouse like Uchiha Madara, not only will his large body not bring any benefits, but it will also put him at a disadvantage. After entering Sage Fox mode, Naruto's golden trench coat and the black lines on his body also changed slightly, But overall, the difference wasn't very big. 9 tails of chakra and chakra quickly condensed in Naruto's hand, and a milky white light blade appeared in Naruto's hand. The sticky white color looked very dazzling. Naruto held the light blade and rushed directly in the direction of Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara was very angry that Naruto dared to resist him. Now seeing Naruto rushing directly towards him, Uchiha Madara was so angry that the corners of his mouth curved into a smile. A frog in the well who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Looking at Naruto's figure, Uchiha Madara's anger became more and more intense. But at the same time, Uchiha Madara didn't let the anger in his heart get to his head. After all, Uchiha Madara keenly sensed a large number of Senjutsu chakra in the light blade in Naruto's hand. Compared with Jiraiya's inferior chakra application, Naruto's Senjutsu Fox mode was still a great threat. And behind Naruto, who was rushing towards him, there was an 8-tailed ox demon that still maintained its huge body. Without thinking, Madara knew that the 8-tailed ox demon and Naruto would cooperate with each other in the battle later. Such a troublesome situation was naturally different from Uchiha Madara's expectation of a quick battle. Uchiha Madara was also thinking about how to quickly deal with the 8-tailed column force and the 9-tailed column force, the two important missing links in his plan. But now, the most important thing for Madara was to directly defeat this arrogant kid who was rushing towards him and let him know that he was not the weak chicken he had encountered before. Uchiha Madara held the 2 black iron rods tightly in his hands. Uchiha Madara increased his release of Outer Tao's power, and the black iron rods also constantly changed shape. For a while, they turned into a strange shape similar to a long sword. Chapter 689. The milky white long sword and the black double sword collided directly. Naruto and Uchiha Madara are not very good at swordsmanship, but because of their strong physical fitness, Uchiha Madara and Naruto can keenly perceive the flaws in each other's moves and directly attack the other with their own weapons. However, Naruto has an advantage over Uchiha Madara. That is, when Naruto was a child, he spent a long time with Xianxia, who can almost be called the #1 swordsman in the ninja world. When Xianxia taught Uchiha Sasuke swordsmanship, Naruto also watched a lot. However, due to the defect of his talent, Naruto really has no development prospects on the road of swordsmanship. Compared to the strange swordsmanship, Naruto is more suitable for those straightforward and powerful attacks. But after all, for Naruto Komatsu, he was exposed to these peak swordsmanship. At that time, Naruto may not fully understand these moves, but in the continuous battle with Uchiha Madara, in order to continue to fight Uchiha Madara, Naruto also reopened all the memories about swordsmanship hidden in the depths of his memory. Uchiha Madara is also very keenly aware that Naruto's swordsmanship is getting more and more subtle. And compared to the beginning, he can only passively wait for the flaws in his moves. He can now guide himself to make the flaws in his moves through his own swordsmanship. And after creating a loophole, Naruto didn't immediately chase after him. Instead, he let Hachibi attack him from behind without retracting his huge body. Hachibi itself is a tailed beast with an extremely fast recovery speed. Even if he receives some counterattacks from Uchiha Madara when chasing Uchiha Madara, he can quickly recover. At this moment, Naruto and Hachibi are like a team fighting a boss, cooperating seamlessly to attack Uchiha Madara. Gradually, facing the cooperation of Naruto and Hachibi, Uchiha Madara himself became more and more irritated. After all, Uchiha Madara wants a quick battle instead of such an endless fight. Slightly frowning, Madara released the power of his Rinnegan in an instant. The gravity and repulsion of the heavenly way were attached to the 2 swords in Madara's hands, one on the left and one on the right. One on the left and one on the right, attracted and repelled. Uchiha Madara took the lead to attack Naruto with the long sword in his left hand. When Naruto saw Uchiha Madara's attack, he naturally used the milky white long sword in his hand to block Uchiha Madara's attack. After all, the black sword in the hands of Uchiha are condensed by the power of Outer Tao. Once hit, it will be a big trouble for anyone. But the moment the long sword in his hand touched Uchiha long sword, Naruto instinctively felt that something was wrong. Sure enough, when the long sword in his hand touched the black long sword, it was as if it touched a strong glue and couldn't move. His weapon can't move freely. Such a situation naturally made Naruto panic. He tried to increase the strength in his hand to regain control of his long sword. Uchiha suddenly moved in the direction of Naruto's strength, and Naruto's body immediately lost its balance at this moment and began to fall back. Seeing that Naruto's body lost its balance, Uchiha immediately chased after him. The long sword in his right hand was full of repulsive force and immediately cut towards Naruto's body. Naruto was in the Immortal Fox mode at this moment, and the chakra raiment on his body can form chakra palms to attack. Naruto also reacted at this moment, and 2 chakra palms instantly condensed on his abdomen and back. The chakra palms on his back immediately opened on the ground, so that Naruto could stabilize his body and find a point of support. The chakra palms on his abdomen directly grabbed Uchiha Madara's black longsword. The black longsword with repulsive force is naturally different from an ordinary longsword. When the chakra palms condensed by Naruto grabbed the black longsword, a repulsive force was attached to the longsword in Uchiha Madara's right hand like an imperceptible sharp blade. The chakra palms used by Naruto were directly cut off, almost without the slightest resistance. The chakra palms were directly cut off, and the Nine-Tails chakra robe on Naruto's body was also directly cut off without the slightest resistance. The black long sword directly cut into Naruto's abdomen. As mentioned before, when the black long sword came into contact with Naruto's flesh, the power of the outer path and the Sage Jutsu chakra in the black long sword directly invaded Naruto's body. Although they are both called Sage Jutsu chakra, the Sage Jutsu chakra that Naruto cultivated through Mount Myaboku and the Sage Jutsu chakra that Uchiha Madara extracted from Senju Takuma's body were somewhat different. The invasion of the heterogeneous chakra directly caused the Sage Jutsu chakra in Naruto's body to begin to show signs of going berserk. Naruto's body began to show obvious toad-like characteristics, and his body began to become uncontrollable. When the outer path power invaded Naruto's body, it began to directly block Naruto's tendons and veins. It directly made Naruto completely unable to move. Throwing away the 2 black long swords in his hands, Uchiha Madara began to quickly condense black iron rods in his hands. He quickly condensed chakra iron rods and directly inserted them into the joints of Naruto's body to restrict Naruto's movement. Uchiha Madara directly ignored Naruto and rushed in the direction of Hachibi. "Naruto boy! Naruto boy!" Nine-Tails in Naruto's body shouted loudly, as if hoping that his voice could encourage Naruto to work harder to regain control of his body, and then directly commit suicide as previously discussed, so that Uchiha Madara would not be able to complete his plan. However, at this moment, Naruto's consciousness was completely in chaos, and there was no way to control his body that had already gone out of control. Only Nine-Tails was left in Naruto's body, anxious but helpless. Everything seemed to be a foregone conclusion. Chapter 690. At this moment, the Senjutsu chakra in Naruto's body directly went berserk, but Naruto didn't notice it at all, because at this moment, Naruto's consciousness has arrived in a strange space. The white material turned into the earth, and the gray material became the sky. This is a space that seems to have lost its color. In this space, except for Naruto, there are only 2 figures that seem to exist. One of them had pale white hair and a wrinkled face. 2 sharp horns protruded from his forehead. He wore a long white robe with strange patterns formed by Magatama. This person was sitting cross-legged in mid-air, with a black ring-shaped staff on his knees, just like the ring-shaped staff that Uchiha Obito held in his hand when he entered the Six Paths mode. And in front of this person, there's also a person with black hair and a white robe with some bloodstains. This person is very familiar to Naruto. It's his friend, Uchiha Sasuke. Azura, it's been a long time, my child. After seeing the person with white hair, Naruto's heart told him that this person is the ancestor of Shinobi World, Hagoromo Otsutsuki, and the so-called Azura in the mouth of Hagoromo Otsutsuki is himself. This kind of feeling is inexplicable, but makes Naruto's heart full of confidence. However, Naruto still has a little vigilance in his heart. He was just fighting with Uchiha Madara, and now he is in such a strange place. This situation makes Naruto very puzzled. Perhaps out of his heart's hope to find someone he believes in, Naruto slowly walked to Sasuke's side and said to him, "Sasuke, what kind of place is this?" Seeing that Naruto didn't talk to him first, but talked to Sasuke first, Hagoromo Otsutsuki's eyes didn't show any anger. Instead, he became very relieved. After looking at Naruto, standing beside him, Sasuke said to Naruto with a somewhat respectful tone, "Naruto, I know you have a lot of doubts in your heart now. When I first came here, I was also very confused. But all of this will be answered by Hagoromo Otsutsuki. You don't have to maintain useless vigilance. In this world, Hagoromo Otsutsuki will never harm the two of us." Will never harm the two of us? After hearing Sasuke's words, Naruto's heart was full of doubts. But Sasuke's words undoubtedly told him that the person in front of him is indeed the ancestor of Shinobi World, Hagoromo Otsutsuki. Hagoromo Otsutsuki. Could all of this have something to do with the strange name Azura that the Immortal of Six Paths had given him? Azura and Indra. How long has it been? In the infinite reincarnation, the two of you fought and killed each other. But in this life, the two of you can directly work together to fight together. This scene has appeared countless times in my dreams. But when all of this happened in front of me, it still makes my heart full of joy. Listening to Hagoromo Otsutsuki's words, Naruto has been very keen to understand that the Azura in Hagoromo Otsutsuki's mouth refers to himself, and the so-called Indra refers to Sasuke, standing beside him. Naruto bowed to Hagoromo Otsutsuki very respectfully, and then said to Hagoromo Otsutsuki, "Dear Hagoromo Otsutsuki, I don't understand who you mean by Azura and Indra, but it's definitely not me and Sasuke. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, and my partner's name is Uchiha Sasuke. We are who we are, and we will only be who we are." Listening to Naruto's words, Hagoromo Otsutsuki's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, and then he said to Naruto, "So, it's true that I'm wrong." With a bit of nostalgia, Hagoromo Otsutsuki's eyes swept over Naruto and Sasuke. "I used to have 2 children, and I believe you have already guessed their names. Their names are Otsutsuki Indra and Otsutsuki Azura. In the past, a lot of things happened, and if I explain them one by one, I don't think you want to listen. Anyway, in the end, my 2 children died because of the conflict of ideas between each other, but their death wasn't a real death. They left their chakra as a seed in the ninja world, and almost in every era, their chakra will be attached to 2 people, making these 2 people fated to be enemies, and the battle between them will never end. But in this life, you must also know that the chakra of the 2 of them is attached to the 2 of you. But you 2 are not affected by my 2 sons' chakra at all, and you 2 can sincerely cooperate to fight against the enemies of the ninja world. This made me very happy, and it also made me determined to let my remnant soul appear in front of you at all costs, and give you the power to defeat powerful enemies. After all of this is related to the Jubi. Sasuke has already investigated the relationship between Hagoromo Otsutsuki and the Jubi from some ancient books of Xianxia, so when he heard Hagoromo Otsutsuki's words, he didn't have any doubts. Although Naruto was confused at the moment, since Sasuke seemed to trust what Hagoromo Otsutsuki said, Naruto naturally chose to believe Sasuke. Seeing Naruto and Sasuke directly step forward in front of him, Hagoromo Otsutsuki's heart was filled with an unspeakable emotion and directly injected the remaining power of 6 paths into Naruto and Sasuke's body, and then said to Naruto and Sasuke, "I can't directly give you powerful strength, but I can send you a seed that can take root and germinate. When certain conditions are met, the seed in your body will grow quickly, providing you with powerful strength to help you defeat all powerful enemies in front of you." In the interior of their souls that Naruto and Sasuke couldn't see, a great sun and a bright moon appeared in the depths of their souls. In their souls and bodies, weak but powerful chakra constantly appeared and gathered toward the great sun and bright moon in their souls. Chapter 691. At this moment, on the battlefield, Uchiha Madara has completely controlled the Nine Tails and the Hachibi. Whether it was Naruto or Killer Bee, both of them were nailed directly to their joints by several black iron rods and fell directly to the ground. For some reason, the Senjutsu chakra on Naruto's body has stopped, but the toad-like characteristics of his body still remained. Looking at Naruto and Killer Bee, who have been completely controlled by him, Uchiha Madara's face finally showed a somewhat gratified smile. Only one step, and he can realize his plan and bring true peace to the ninja world, proving that what he has been doing is right. Uchiha Madara's hand began to print quickly, and suddenly, many thick iron chains rushed out of Uchiha Madara's abdomen. These iron chains are the Geto chains used by the Geto Mazo to seal the tailed beasts. Under the guidance of Uchiha Madara, the Geto chains flew in the direction of Naruto and Killer Bee as if they have their own consciousness. The moment the Geto chains touched the bodies of Naruto and Killer Bee, they directly integrated into their bodies and directly entered the seal that sealed the Hachibi and the Nine Tails. Although the tailed beasts are very powerful, they are also suppressed by the Jubi. Facing the Geto chains, although the Hachibi and the Nine Tails are trying their best to struggle, their struggles have little effect. Xianxia looked at Uchiha Madara, who was extracting the power of the Hachibi and the Nine Tails, and he was very anxious. After all, the power displayed by Uchiha Obito in the Six Paths mode was too strong. If it wasn't for Naruto and Sasuke's sudden burst of power and Obito's focus on the Jubi God tree spreading in the battlefield, it wouldn't be so easy to deal with Uchiha Obito. Now, Uchiha Madara has a stronger physique and more perseverance than the previous Uchiha Obito. His eyes are the same as the Six Paths Sennin's Rinnegan. Before he obtained the Jubi and became the Jubi Column Force, he was already powerful. Once Uchiha Madara becomes the Jubi Column Force and obtains the power of the Six Paths Sennins, who in this world can stop Uchiha Madara? Six Paths Sennin's resurrection to fight against Uchiha Madara? Don't be kidding. Xianxia looked at the forward clones of Uchiha Madara who were still fighting with him. At this moment, the forward clones were covered with scars, and the chakra that was distributed by Uchiha Madara in their bodies was constantly consumed in the battle with Xianxia. Now, the forward clones are on the verge of collapse. Must stop Uchiha Madara. Xianxia's sword chi and internal strength surged into the Sword of Calamity in his hand. The dark Sword of Calamity bloomed with brilliant light at this moment. Sensing the response of the Sword of Calamity in his hand, Xianxia directly raised the Sword of Calamity in his hand, ignoring the forward clones that were attacking him. "Gather!" A short word burst out from Xianxia's mouth like a god's edict, and it reverberated through the entire battlefield like a clap of thunder. The sword chi continued to flow from the Sword of Calamity and Xianxia's body. The sword chi was very small, almost the size of an ordinary silver needle, but these sword chi were particularly dense. The sword chi surged around Xianxia, and the dense sword chi almost completely covered Xianxia. The forward clones that were attacking Xianxia could not stop at this moment, and directly crashed into the barrier formed by Xianxia's sword chi. The sharp sword energy continued to mince the bodies of the forward clones. The minced parts lost their luster almost instantly and turned into wood. Then, in the blink of an eye, they turned into pieces of wood dregs. "Gather!" Nangong Zhe roared again, and the countless sword chi that lingered around him slowly condensed into the sword of calamity in Nangong's hand. Originally, each sword chi was actually emitting a faint blue light, but when the countless sword chi gathered together, the blue light became particularly dense. Sky sword. That's right. Countless sword chi continued to condense. At this moment, the move Nangongji used was the sky sword that he had used before. Unlike the huge sky sword that he used to fight against large enemies, the sky sword that Nangongji used now was obviously much smaller in size. However, the reduction in size did not mean that the power of the sky sword had decreased. In fact, compared to the huge sky sword from before, the sky sword that Nangongji used now was more in line with his concept of the sky sword. At this moment, the sky sword was almost 3 times the size of the sword of calamity. In terms of length, it was similar to a normal person's body. The blue sky sword was suspended in the air where Nangongji pointed the tip of the sword. At this moment, the sky sword was particularly condensed, and even the small lines on the sword's hilt and spine could be seen clearly. With a swing of the sword of calamity in his hand, the sky sword that was suspended above Nangong's body rushed directly towards Uchiha Madara, as if it had received an order. The sky sword itself was condensed from sword chi, and the sharp sword chi naturally gave the sky sword an unstoppable momentum. After Nangongji pointed the target for the sky sword, the huge sword instantly rushed out. Even the air was easily cut by the sky sword, and there was even an obvious flame tail behind the hilt of the sky sword. Chi, accompanied by a harsh sound, the sky sword under the control of Nangongji directly rushed towards the direction of Uchiha Madara. The timing of Nangongji's attack can be said to be just right. At this moment, Uchiha Madara almost put all his mind on suppressing the struggle of the Hachibi and the Nine Tails, and directly pulling them out of Naruto and Killer Bee's body. If he dodged Nangongji's attack, it was very likely that Uchiha Madara's action of extracting the tail beast would be hindered or even failed, which was what Uchiha Madara didn't want to see. Therefore, when Nangongji attacked him, Uchiha Madara directly turned a blind eye to the powerful sky sword and focused on extracting the tail beasts. Chapter 692. Hot blood splattered on the ground, and the scarlet color of the blood made the brown soil a bit dazzling. The blue heavenly sword was inserted straight into Uchiha Madara's chest, and blood flowed along the heavenly sword to the ground. But whether it was Nangongji, the attacker, or Uchiha Madara, the expression on their faces was very strange at this moment. His attack directly hit Uchiha Madara and passed through his chest, but there was no joy on Nangongji's face. His body was directly hit, and even with the Senju Takuma cells in his body, he could not recover quickly, but there was no worry on Uchiha Madara's face. Instead, Nangongji's face was full of worry, and Uchiha Madara's face was full of joy of achieving his goal. All of this was because at this moment, the Gedo chain that extended from Uchiha Madara's abdomen had all been retracted back into Uchiha Madara's body. Along with the Gedo chain, the Nine Tails and the Hachibi also returned to Madara's body. Yes, before Nangongji's heavenly sword hit Uchiha Madara had directly pulled the Nine Tails and the Hachibi out of Naruto and Killer Bee. At this moment, the Gedo Mazo sealed in Uchiha Madara's body finally gathered the power of the Nine Tails and became a real complete existence. And such a powerful force was still accumulating in Uchiha Madara's body, and the process of the Jubi's completion has become completely unstoppable. The Jubi's violent and incomparably huge chakra emerged directly from Uchiha Madara's body, and this chakra brought infinite pain to Uchiha Madara's body and spirit, and constantly transformed Uchiha Madara's own body. His skin gradually turned a little pale, and his originally flamboyant black hair became completely white at this moment. A forehead protector with 2 horns of unknown material directly appeared on Uchiha Madara's forehead and tied up his long hair. The white robe, decorated with Magatama patterns, also directly hung on Uchiha Madara's body. Compared to Uchiha Obito's strange Six Paths mode before, Uchiha entered the Six Paths mode looked more majestic. Uchiha stretched out his hand in front of him, and the Six Paths monk's staff appeared directly in his hand, and the 9 truth-seeking balls began to quietly float behind Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara held the heavenly sword inserted in his chest with his hand. Although the fierce sword chi was constantly cutting the skin on Uchiha Madara's hand, the small wounds were directly healed in a flash. Your strength is not bad, but unfortunately, you still lose to the will of heaven. Yes, Nangong's heavenly sword was actually a powerful move that could kill Uchiha Madara, who didn't collect the 9-tailed beasts to form the Six Paths mode, but Uchiha Madara took the initiative to collect the 9-tailed beasts, which made Nangong's heavenly sword a joke. Uchiha Madara directly pulled out the heavenly sword from his chest and gently touched the heavenly sword with the Six Paths monk staff in his hand. The heavenly sword, condensed by the sword chi, directly turned into smoke and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Nangongja, you are a good enemy, and I, Uchiha Madara, give you the recognition you deserve. So you don't have to directly become the nourishment of the 10 tails like the others. I grant you death. As if the gods had mercy, Uchiha Madara's eyes swept across Nangongja without the slightest emotion. Uchiha Madara pointed the Six Paths monk staff in his hand at Nangongja's direction and lightly shouted at Nangongja, Six Paths Immortal Art. Lightning School. The purple thunder directly extended from the head of the Six Paths monk staff like the branches of a big tree and directly shot in the direction of Nangongja. The thunder spread very quickly and covered a very large area. Although Nangongja began to prepare to dodge the moment he noticed Uchiha Madara's attack, his body was a little sluggish because he had consumed too much internal force just now. In the end, Nangongja was still hit by the purple thunder. The Six Paths Immortal Art itself was the pinnacle of the immortal art, and it had an extremely powerful attack power. After seeing Nangongja directly hit, Uchiha Madara didn't pay attention to Nangongja. Instead, he prepared to accumulate the power in his body and wait for the night to use the infinite Tsukuyomi with the help of the moon. But just as he turned around, Uchiha Madara also noticed that there was a change in the place where Nangongja fell. Slowly turning his head, Uchiha Madara was surprised to see that Nangongja, who had just been hit by the Six Paths Immortal Art, Lightning School, was now standing there with his tribulation sword. It's just thunder. What's there to be arrogant about? I have already experienced the baptism of more powerful thunder. At this moment, Nangongja was wearing a lion-shaped black heavy armor. Black thunder constantly flashed on the thunder heavy armor. The tribulation sword in Nangongja's hand was originally a sword of heaven's wrath. When it was born, it was not tolerated by the heavens and earth, and it directly sent down thunder to destroy him. But by chance, the tribulation sword directly found a chance to survive from the intolerable heavens and earth and preserved it. The tribulation sword contained the seed of heaven's punishment thunder. In order to train his body, Nangongja had guided the thunder from the tribulation sword to his body more than once. Even now, Nangongja's body couldn't completely resist the corrosion of heaven's punishment thunder. But because he had been using heaven's punishment thunder to train his body, Nangongja's resistance to thunder could be said to be surprisingly high. Although the Six Paths Immortal Art Lightning School was very powerful, it was still thunder that could be controlled. Heaven's punishment thunder was a thunder that was condensed from the power of the heavens and earth. The two were completely different. It was precisely because of this that Nangongja was able to withstand the attack of the Lightning School, and even stand here facing Uchiha Madara. You are really giving me more and more surprises. But you are destined to die in the hands of a living god. Chapter 693. Wheel Grave, Border Prison. A familiar yet tricky ninjutsu was once again used by Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara's Kage had the complete strength of Uchiha Madara. At this moment, after entering the Six Paths mode, all aspects of his abilities had been enhanced to the limit. Similarly, the Kage had also made great progress. The four Kages rushed towards Nangong-ja together with Uchiha Madara. Nangong-ja also struggled to pull out the Tribulation Sword that he had been using to support himself. Although he staggered a little, he still stood on the ground without taking a step back. To be honest, Nangong-ja's current physical condition wasn't good. Although his body had a certain resistance to lightning, it wasn't immune. Even if Nangong-ja was strong, he couldn't completely ignore an attack like the Six Paths Immortal technique, right? At this moment, Nangong-ja's body was a little numb because of the lightning. The Six Paths Immortal technique directly invaded Nangong-ja's body through such an attack. It wanted to block Nangong-ja's meridians to restrict Nangong-ja's movements. However, compared to a ninja who only knew how to extract a large amount of energy without caring about the tendons and veins, Nangong-ja's internal strength had a more obvious effect on his body. Nangong-ja's meridians had become very tough and wide under the nourishment of his internal strength for many years. Because of the protection of Li Yang's black armor, the amount of Six Paths Immortal technique that could invade Nangong-ja's body was very little. Although the Six Paths Immortal technique's level of energy was very high, it didn't affect Nangong-ja much. The moment they rushed in front of Nangong-ja, the four Kages immediately disappeared into the void. Uchiha Madara directly held the Six Paths Immortal staff and knocked towards Nangong-ja. Perhaps because he had some experience in using long weapons, the trajectory of his attack towards Nangong-ja was quite exquisite. But what was more eye-catching was the unparalleled speed and power contained in the Six Paths Immortal staff. When Uchiha Madara first attacked, Nangong-ja could still see the trajectory of the Six Paths Immortal staff. But halfway through the attack, the Six Paths Immortal staff became blurry due to the powerful speed. Knowing that there was no way to see the direction of Uchiha Madara's attack with just the dynamic vision of his eyes, Nangong-ja slowly closed his eyes, and the sword domain that had been converging around his body expanded in an instant. However, the sword domain was a very powerful thing to deal with people who were weaker than him. But in the face of people who were similar or stronger than him, the role it could play was more of a supporting role. At this moment, Nangong-ja was using this sword domain to replace his eyes. Through this method, he could sense where Uchiha Madara's attack was going. Waving the Heaven's Tribulation Sword in his hand, it was quite an understatement. Nangong-ja directly hit the Heaven's Tribulation Sword in his hand with the Six Paths Immortal staff in Uchiha Madara's hand. Internal force instantly surged from Nangong-ja's body, and a large amount of internal force directly attached to the place where the Heaven's Tribulation Sword and the Six Paths Immortal staff intersected, sticking the two together. Although Nangong-ja's swordsmanship was mostly focused on fast and powerful attacks, Nangong-ja also had considerable attainments in soft and tough defensive swordsmanship. Putting his mind completely on the Heaven's Tribulation Sword in his hand, the powerful force attached to the Six Paths Immortal staff was directly reduced by more than half. Seeing that he had taken the initiative, Nangong-ja immediately took advantage of this opportunity to burst out a powerful force from his waist and directly broke through the huge force contained in the Six Paths Immortal staff in Uchiha Madara's hand, and wrapped a part of the force directly rushed towards Uchiha Madara's body. The powerful force directly acted on Uchiha Madara's body. In the face of a part of his own power and the full force of the eruption of Nangong-ja, Uchiha Madara's body was involuntarily sent flying. However, after his body retreated a few steps in the air, Uchiha Madara directly turned his body in the air and then directly rushed towards Nangong-ja as if he was stepping on the ground. Come on! At this moment, Nangong-ja was completely immersed in the battle with Uchiha Madara. The warlike blood hidden in Nangong-ja's body was burning. Compared to the vigorous fighting spirit in his chest, Nangongzhi directly forgot about the fact that he was in a bad state and was seriously injured. In other words, Nangongzhi was now intoxicated by the battle with the powerful Uchiha Madara. Now that the battlefield was particularly empty, the ninja, allied forces, and the disciples of the Bloodcloak Pavilion could only passively stay on the battlefield and did not dare to join the battle. Tsunade and Orochimaru were hiding somewhere, and now the only one who could fight was Nangongzhi. On the empty battlefield, there was only Uchiha Madara and Nangongzhi attacking each other back and forth. Uchiha Madara occasionally used ninjutsu, and Nangongzhi's flying sword energy directly lingered around the two of them, making anyone who was not strong enough dare to approach them. At this moment, whether it was the ninjas of the ninja allied forces or the disciples of the Bloodcloak Pavilion, they were all watching the fierce battle between Nangongzhi and Uchiha Madara from a distance. Because they were not strong enough, they still couldn't see how thrilling the battle between Nangongzhi and Uchiha Madara was. But the aftermath of the battle between the two had already told everyone that such a battle was not something they could get involved in. Not knowing when it started, one of the disciples of the Bloodcloak Pavilion put his hands together on his chest and prayed silently. With one, the second, and the third, the ninjas of the ninja allied forces and the disciples of the Bloodcloak Pavilion all joined in the prayer. Now, there was no one else who could still fight against Uchiha Madara except for Nangongzhi. If there was a definition for Nangongzhi's existence, perhaps the most appropriate theme would be the last hope of the ninja world. In this battle, Nangongzhi won, and peace would be restored in the ninja world, and there would no longer be such a threat to the whole world. Nangongzhi was defeated. Then the world would fall into the false infinite Tsukuyomi, as Uchiha Madara planned, and enjoy the false peace. Chapter 694. Nangongzhi straightened his body. Even the heavy armor and his tired spirit did not bend his back. Blood seeped out from the gaps in the black armor, and even his hands that were holding the tribulation sword were trembling slightly. At this moment, Nangongzhi had reached his limit. Uchiha Madara and the shadow that he summoned with the tomb of Samsara border prison attacked Nangongzhi again and again. At the beginning, Nangongzhi could still deal with it. However, as Uchiha Madara attacked endlessly, Nangongzhi's spirit and body became more and more tired. It was now the 29th minute of the battle between Nangongzhi and Uchiha Madara. In these 29 minutes, Nangongzhi was constantly squeezing his spirit and body just to continue fighting with Uchiha Madara. In the end, Nangongzhi's mind became almost blank. Without the enthusiasm to fight, without the strong emotions to protect his cherished things, Nangongzhi's mind was almost empty. Even his consciousness became blurred. Even Nangongzhi himself did not know what kept him fighting like this. I'm really tired, for some reason. Such a thought suddenly appeared in Nangongzhi's mind. Nangongzhi's legs were as heavy as lead. Nangongzhi's head felt like it was being hit by a heavy hammer every minute and every second. It was painful and numb. The tribulation sword in Nangongzhi's hand had become a burden that weighed more than 1,000 pounds. Kacha! The sound of metal clashing rang out abruptly. Nangongzhi, who had been maintaining a standing posture, was now half kneeling on the ground. Nangongzhi had always regarded the tribulation sword as his important partner. At this moment, the sword's edge was lowered, but Nangongzhi's weak hand was gently supporting it. It seemed like it would really fall to the ground in a moment. Uchiha Madara did not continue to attack Nangongzhi. Even the shadow that he released outside his body was all taken back by Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara's eyes were no longer indifferent at this moment, and he no longer had the high and mighty demeanor of a god. At the end of the day, Uchiha Madara was also a warrior. Step by step, he fought a bloody battle to achieve his goals. Now that he saw Nangongzhi, such an enemy, fall in front of him, Uchiha Madara could not help but put himself in the role of Nangongzhi. If he was in Nangongzhi's position, he would also fight to the point where he could no longer move. Just as Uchimadara silently looked at Nangong's half-kneeling figure on the ground, Black Zetsu, who had been hidden for a long time, finally revealed his figure. Black Zetsu stood beside Uchimadara and looked at Nangong's half-kneeling figure on the ground. After a flash of surprise, he slightly bowed his body and said to Uchimadara, "Madara-sama, this guy is still breathing. If you don't mind, let me—" Before Black Zetsu finished his words, Uchimadara directly turned his head and stared at Black Zetsu's eyes. Although Uchimadara's eyes did not express any obvious emotion at this moment, Black Zetsu knew that what he just said must have stimulated Uchimadara. "I do mind." Uchimadara's tone was like a hammer, directly spitting out from his mouth. After saying such words, Uchimadara directly turned around and walked toward the center of the slightly withered ten-tailed sacred tree. Black Zetsu looked back at Uchimadara, who had gone far, and then looked back at Nangongja, who was half kneeling on the ground. After a little thought, he also followed the footsteps of Uchimadara. He's just an outlier who goes against the mainstream. When his plan is realized, such a small role will be nothing. Uchimadara walked to the center of the sacred tree and looked at the withered buds. Uchimadara slowly put his hand on the withered stem. His eyes were wide open, and even two scarlet blood flowed out of his eyes. Powerful fluctuations were directly generated from Uchimadara's body. Blood oozing out of the eyes was originally a manifestation of the extreme power of the eyes, but at this moment, the blood flowing out of Uchimadara's eyes became more and more, and there was no sign of stopping. Finally, the forehead protector that bound Uchiha's white hair directly burst at this moment. Without the protection of the forehead protector, a vertical line in the center of Uchimadara's forehead became clear. Slowly, the vertical line seemed to begin to split, revealing its true posture. It was a dark red eye, and on the dark red eye, there were Rinnegan lines and Tomo circles. This was a 9-Tomo Rinnegan, and also the most obvious characteristic of the ten-tailed column force. With the appearance of the 9-Tomo Rinnegan, Uchimadara's body began to surge with a large amount of powerful chakra. This was the chakra of the ten-tailed. The chakra quickly filled the withered vines and stems of the sacred tree, and the stems of the sacred tree, which had fallen to the ground, finally stood up again. This time, there was no need to extract chakra from anywhere. The chakra provided by Uchimadara alone has completely supplemented the needs of the sacred tree. In a very short time, the buds at the tip of the sacred tree have completely swelled, and it seems that only a small opportunity is needed to bloom directly. Uchimadara increased his chakra output, seemingly hoping to fill the last gap. Ten-tailed, show your true posture to the world. Uchimadara shouted loudly with a fanatical look on his face. Looking at the appearance of Uchimadara, Black Zetsu's mouth quietly hung a smile. He split a part of his body and directly entered the stem of the ten-tailed, and inside the stem, the shadow quietly occupied the position of the heart of the flower. Finally, the flower at the tip of the sacred tree bloomed. Pop! The crisp sound of blooming appeared, and the petals began to stretch their figures, showing their beauty, and in the stamen at the tip of the sacred tree, there was also a 9-Tomo Rinnegan. At the moment when the petals bloomed, the world, which was still daytime, was suddenly shrouded in darkness. A moon appeared in the sky, quietly releasing its blood-red brilliance. Chapter 695. The bloody brilliance directly enveloped the entire land, and the dark night sky continued to spread across the entire ninja world. The more the night sky spread, the more the bloody moonlight shrouded. Seeing that the whole world had suddenly turned from day to night, everyone began to panic instinctively. Countless people walked out of their houses and began to run in all directions, while those with power and influence entered the bunkers that they had built to protect their lives to hide. The bloody moonlight wasn't just a simple light. but it also contained spiritual power, directly invading everyone's spiritual world in a violent and unstoppable manner. The minds of everyone who was illuminated by the moonlight were directly pulled into the infinite Tsukuyomi. The people hiding in a bunker didn't dare to walk out for a short period of time. They could only tremble and wait for everything to end. After the flower at the top of the stem bloomed, the vine that had stopped spreading began to spread again. Uchiha Madara slowly took his hand away from the stem and then relied on his own feet to communicate with the Jubi God tree directly through chakra. Uchiha Madara's hand began to quickly form hand seals. Six-path Senjutsu, God tree world descending. The power of chakra, six-path power, and Rinnegan in Uchiha Madara's body directly burst out, using six-path power to balance and amplify these energies. After such a ninjutsu was released, the speed of the Jubi God tree's extension accelerated again. Moreover, not only were these vines extending, but they were also constantly branching. The branches of various sizes directly covered the ground densely. This density of coverage directly made it more difficult for everyone to hide, and a large number of tree branches directly rushed towards everyone. As if it had found its target, the tree branches directly attacked the crowd. But strangely, there were so many tree branches, but they vaguely avoided all the disciples of the Blood-Robed Pavilion. That's right, although the Jubi God tree world descending is very powerful and can autonomously identify the enemy, the way they identify the enemy is very stiff, that is, based on whether the enemy has chakra in their body. Once the target doesn't have chakra in their body, these people will no longer be the target of the Jubi God tree world descending attack. No matter how much chakra a ninja has in their body, once the Jubi God tree detects the chakra in their body, it will immediately entangle these people, constantly extracting chakra from these entangled targets, and then use this chakra to constantly strengthen its body. Looking at the world that has become quiet, and only the sound of the vines spreading out of the tree could be heard, Madara didn't know why his heart couldn't help but feel empty. Humans were like this. When they achieved the goal they had been fighting for a long time, their hearts would become empty. When Uchiha Madara directly trampled the entire ninja world under his feet, the emptiness in his heart became very obvious. Black Zetsu slowly walked in front of Uchiha Madara, bowed deeply to Uchiha Madara, and said to Uchiha Madara, "Congratulations to Madara-sama for achieving your wish. So these people don't understand now, but they will eventually know what a great thing Madara-sama has done." Although Uchiha Madara has always been full of confidence and domineering in everything. But to be honest, even if Uchiha Madara himself doesn't admit it, his heart is very empty. Pulling the entire ninja world into the infinite Tsukuyomi, bringing eternal peace to the ninja world, and proving that he is a person who surpasses Senjutsu Koma. Such a goal was actually intentionally or unintentionally led by Black Zetsu to set up such a goal for Uchiha Madara. Listening to Black Zetsu's compliment, Uchiha Madara didn't move at all, but his eyes were staring at the red moon hanging in the sky with a bit of emptiness. At this moment, Black Zetsu was standing very close to Uchiha Madara. After Black Zetsu bowed his waist so that people couldn't see his face, and then he said to Uchiha Madara, "I don't know what Madara-sama is going to do with Uchiha Bido." After hearing Black Zetsu's words, Uchiha Madara's eyes finally recovered a bit, and then he said to Black Zetsu, who was bowing in front of him, "Zetsu, do you still need to ask me such a stupid question?" Hearing Uchiha Madara's words, Black Zetsu bowed his waist a little more and said to Uchiha Madara, "Please tell me, Madara-sama." Uchiha Madara glanced at Black Zetsu, and then said to Black Zetsu, "Uchiha Obito himself is just a clone of my plan. At that time, my vitality was exhausted, so I cultivated him to replace me in carrying out my plan. You are also involved in these things, so I don't need to say anything more. In order to completely control Uchiha Obito in my hands, I spent a lot of effort, and even specially arranged a good play of companions killing each other, so that Uchiha Obito became a puppet at my mercy. As for now, the White Zetsu army is almost wiped out. You don't have a suitable body to possess, so I'll give you this body. It's just a useless thing anyway. Listening to Uchiha Madara's words, Black Zetsu murmured, "Useless thing? That's a bit interesting." Uchiha Madara. Unlike the previous flattering tone, Black Zetsu at this moment was obviously very offensive. After hearing Black Zetsu's words, Black Zetsu felt that something was wrong and wanted to attack Black Zetsu with the six-path monk staff in his hand. Suddenly, a six-path monk staff appeared in one of Black Zetsu's hands and directly hit Uchiha Madara's abdomen. At this moment, the source of Uchiha Madara's power was the jubi sealed in his body. All the chakra in his body were integrated into the jubi's body. So when the six-path monk's staff touched Uchiha Madara's abdomen, he was surprised to find that he couldn't move. After Black Zetsu saw that he had controlled Uchiha Madara, he also straightened his body. The eyes of Uchiha Obito, which had always been a bit dull, were full of spirit at this moment. "Is it you, Uchiha Obito?" Chapter 696. Originally, Uchiha Obito's spiritual and physical control was almost overwhelming, but Uchiha Obito's own will still maintained a certain level of consciousness, and everything that happened outside was seen by Uchiha Obito. When he was observing everything on the battlefield as a bystander who couldn't participate in it, Obito also found that there was something fishy going on. Just now, when Uchiha Madara was fully urging chakra to mature the ten-tailed tree of God, Uchiha Obito clearly felt that Black Zetsu's control over him was greatly weakened, leaving only a fragile barrier to prevent him from controlling his body. When he realized that the opportunity to get rid of Black Zetsu's control was in front of him, Uchiha Obito also gathered all his spiritual power and attacked the last barrier set by Black Zetsu again and again. It stands to reason that such an attack should be immediately noticed by Black Zetsu, but Black Zetsu, who was controlling his body, did not seem to care about such an attack at all and did not even ask for help from Uchiha Madara. Although he didn't know what Black Zetsu was planning, Uchiha Obito still attacked the barrier with all his strength, trying to regain control of his body. Finally, under Uchiha Obito's repeated attacks, the barrier was finally broken. After breaking the barrier, Uchiha Obito found that Black Zetsu, who occupied his body, only left a spiritual shell in his mind. Without any effort, Uchiha Obito directly swallowed the consciousness of Black Zetsu and took control of his body. Disguising himself, Uchiha Obito began to talk to Uchiha Madara as Black Zetsu. Originally, Uchiha Obito could still control his emotions, but after hearing that the mutual attack between Kakashi and Rin was a trap set by Uchiha Madara to completely control him, there was no way to calm down the anger in his heart. After all, Uchiha Obito was also the ten-tailed column force for a period of time, and he was very clear about the pros and cons of sealing the ten-tailed in his body to obtain the six-path mode. For those who are inferior to him, the six-path mode is invincible, but for those who also have the six-path power, there's still ways to deal with the ten-tailed column force. All the six-path power in his body were gathered together, and a six-path staff was directly held in Uchiha Obito's hand. With the six-path staff against Uchiha Madara's abdomen, he cut off the connection between Uchiha Madara and ten-tailed tail, so that Uchiha Madara had no way to freely control his body. However, Obito knew that this kind of control was only temporary. After losing the ten-tailed tail, there was no way for him to defeat Uchiha Madara, so Uchiha Obito began to overdraw his life force to constantly enhance the power of the six-path power he condensed. The six-path power directly invaded Uchiha Madara's body, passed through the seal of the same root, and directly connected to the ten-tailed tail sealed in Uchiha Madara's body. After extracting a part of the chakra from each of the ten-tailed beasts, Uchiha Obito also realized that he could not hold on for too long. The Manjikyu Sharingan in his right eye immediately began to rotate, and the Manjikyu Dojutsu was immediately cast, and Uchiha Obito immediately disappeared. When Uchiha Obito reappeared, not only did he appear, but Watergate also stood directly beside Uchiha Obito. Yes, Uchiha Obito released Watergate, who was trapped in the Kamui space. Naruto. At this moment, the place where Uchiha Obito and Watergate stood was the place where Naruto was defeated before. Several iron rods were directly inserted into Naruto's joints, and the wounds that were originally gurgling with blood had stopped bleeding at this moment. The blood-stained and tattered clothes silently told Watergate what Naruto had experienced. Looking at his own child's miserable appearance, even the always calm Watergate had a majestic anger in his eyes. Just now in the Kamui space, when Uchiha Obito appeared, Watergate immediately launched an attack. In order to block Obito's attack and explain the current situation of the battlefield to Watergate, Uchiha Obito had to use some of his Six Paths power to restrict Watergate and explain the situation. Although in the end, Watergate finally listened to Uchiha Obito's words, but at the same time, it also consumed more than half of the Six Paths power that was keeping Uchiha Obito alive. Now, Obito has no time. Obito half-knelt on his body and put the Six Paths monk staff in his hand on Naruto's stomach. Originally, Obito hoped to pull out the Nine Tails chakra and put it back in Naruto's body to restore Naruto's vitality. But because the power of the 10 tails mixed with each other, the chakra that Uchiha Obito pulled out at this moment was extremely mixed. Uchiha Obito didn't know whether this chakra could restore Naruto's life, but at this moment, the situation was very critical, and this was the only way to try to save Naruto's life. Uchiha Obito didn't know why he desperately wanted to save Naruto's life at this moment. Was it because Naruto was very similar to himself, and he wanted to take revenge on Uchiha Madara, who ruined his life? Or was it because he felt guilty for his teacher, or some other reason? But now, there was no time for Uchiha Obito to figure out his inner thoughts. Uchiha Obito was simply following his own thoughts. When a bird is about to die, its cry is sad, and when a man is about to die, his words are kind. Perhaps only when people truly accept their impending death can they really start to selflessly do some good deeds that they never thought of before. After directly injecting the chakra mixed with the Nine Tails chakra from Uchiha Madara's body, Uchiha Obito finally lost the strength to move and sat weakly beside Naruto. Watergate looked at Uzumaki Naruto very nervously, his eyes full of anxiety and worry. His wife, Uzumaki Kushina, also had the same experience of having her tailed beast extracted from her body. Would his son have to go through the same experience of being separated by life and death? You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.